Shastri ji, who is the former Vice Chancellor of Sanchi University of Buddhist-Indic Studies. Along with we have 4 other speakers. They will be joining on the dais, and they are very reverend, very respected Khambo Lama Syrian Dokedok Bayaf. And then we have Professor Juan Arnau from Madrid, Spain. Then we have Dr. Asha Mukherjee ji, but not the least, Professor Ami Upadhyay ji, Vice Chancellor of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Open University, Ahmedabad. So very soon we are going to begin this session. I request all the ladies and gentlemen to kindly gather in the assembly so that we can begin our program on time. Thank you very much. Let me have this privilege to invite Professor Dr. Yajneshwar Shastri ji, former Vice Chancellor of Sanchi University of Buddhist-Indic Studies, to chair this session. Please, sir. Let me now invite very Reverend Khambo Lama Syrian Duk Bayef from Russia, who is the Supreme Khambo Lama in the Trans-Baikal Territory, Russia. Swamiji, kindly do away the honor. May I now invite Professor Juan Arnau, who is the Professor of Philosophy in the University of Madrid, Spain. Sir, kindly come on the stage. We have Dr. Asha Mukherjee also on the desk. She is the Professor of Philosophy, Department of Philosophy and Religion, Vishwabharati Shanti Niketan, University, India. Dr. Asha Mukherjee ji, kindly grace the chair if she is here. Okay. Let me invite Professor Ami Upadhyay ji. She is the Vice Chancellor of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Open University, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Madam, please. So for further proceedings, with due permission of chair, I will request Professor Yajneshwar Shastri ji to kindly go ahead with the further proceedings. Sir, please.
Namaste to all of you. Good morning to all of you. The organizers have given a responsibility of chairing this session. I am very much thankful to the organizers. There are 5 speakers. I request all the learned speakers to follow the time limit. 15 minutes are given to each speaker. And in the end, I will express my own opinion. Now I request Honorable Khambo Lama from Russia.
Добрый день, уважаемые организаторы и участники конференции. Для меня большая честь здесь выступать.
Honorable organizers and participants of the conference, it is a big honor for me to be here.
Роль российского буддизма в развитии диалога между Востоком и Западом.
The role of Russian Buddhism in the development of dialogue between East and West.
Буддизм в России существует, по крайней мере, 300 лет, столетий, что на самой древней религии, мировых религий, конечно, является недлительным сроком. Поэтому историческим меркам России может был называть самой молодой буддийской страной. Чтобы принять в большую семью буддийских народов российскому буддизму пришлось за относительно короткое время усвоить опыт и практику буддизма с энергией, энтузиазмом и разновением, которые обычно свойства лишь молодым.
Buddhism has existed in Russia for at least 3 centuries, which is naturally not a long period concerning the most ancient religions in the world. That's why Russia could be called the youngest Buddhist country by historical standards. Therefore, in order to be admitted into the large family of Buddhist peoples, Russian Buddhism had a relatively short time to absorb all the experience of the Buddhist theory and practice with enthusiasm and boldness, which is usually a feature incident to young people.
Не только усвоить, но еще играть важную роль в трансляции буддийской идеи на Запад немало способствует тем самым принятию буддизма многих людьми западной цивилизации.
And not only to observe, but also to play an important role in the transmission of Buddhist ideas to the West, greatly contributing to the adoption of Buddhism by many people of Western civilization.
В то время, что российскому буддизму суждено было стать одним из культовых мостов между Востоком и Западом, нет ничего удивительного, так как Россия сама одновременно Восток и Запад. На протяжении многих веков училась соглашаться внутри себя эти два полярных мира. В то время как на Западе цивилизация, игнорируя опыт России, долгое время не могла преодолеть противоречия с Востоком, полагая их неразрешимыми.
There is nothing surprising in the fact that it was Russian Buddhism that was fated to become one of the cultural bridges between East and West, since Russia itself is both East and West at the same time. And for many centuries, it has been learning to harmonize these two polar worlds within itself. When Western civilization, ignoring the experience of Russia for a long time, could not overcome the contradictions with the East, considering them insoluble.
Интерес к буддизму как универсальному нравственному философскому учению у Запада стало активно проявляться во второй половине XIX века. В числе первых исследователей буддизма на Западе было много россиян. Список имен разнообразных родов, их значение впечатляет. Тут ученые-востоковеды Минаев, Алексеев, Ольденбург и государственные политические деятели Ухтомский, Позднеев, Самсарно, путешественник Козлов, Цыбиков, врачи Бадмаев, художник Рерих, а также православный миссионер Инаков Бичурин.
Interest in Buddhism as a universal moral and philosophical teaching began to be actively manifested in the West in the second half of the 19th century. There were many Russians among the first researchers of Buddhism in the West. The list of names and diversity of their activities is impressive. There are Orientalist scholars, Minaev, Alexeyev, Oldenburg, statesmen and politicians, Ukhtomsky, Pozdneev, Zamtsarano, travelers, Kozlov, Tsibikov, doctors, Badmaev, artists, Rorich, and even Orthodox missionaries, Iakinf, Bichurin.
Но самый замечательный вклад в развитие идеи буддизма Западу внесли целая плеяда выдающихся российских ученых 20 века. Щербацкой, Розенберг, Омбельмиллер, Востриков, Базар-Барадин. Эти поколения, исследуя идею блестящее академическое образование, не довольствуя лишь им, они обращались к живой буддийской традиции, отправляясь на восток страны, подолго живя в буддийских монастырях Бурятии, Забайкалье и общаясь с учеными-ламами.
But the most notable contribution to explaining ideas of Buddhism to the West was made by a long line of outstanding Russian scientists of the early 20th century: Sherbatskoy, Rosenberg, Obermiller, Vostrikov, and Bazar-Baradin. This generation of researchers, having a brilliant academic education, was not satisfied with Buddhism alone, but appealed to the living Buddhist tradition traveling to the east of the country, living for a long time in Buddhist monasteries in Buryatia and Transbaikal area, and interacting with scholar lamas.
Находясь в Агинском Дацане в 1907 году, Щербацкой из одной из писем Альдербургу писал: «Все, что происходит здесь, в Аге, здесь, по всей вероятности, полнейшие копии того, что происходило в VII веке на Ланде. Влияние Индии перешло уже на фольклор. Наряду с литературой мы имеем здесь самую жизнь, которая должна была бы по литературе догадываться».
Being in Aginsky Datsan in 1907, Sherbatskoy wrote to Oldenburg in one of his letters: "Everything that happens here in Aga is likely to be a complete copy of what happened in Nalanda in 7th century. The influence of India has already touched folklore, along with literature. Here we have a life itself which should be guessed from literature."
Щербацкой в итоге стал первым из европейских ученых, разнесущих Запад систему буддийской логики, и также основополагающие буддийские понятия, как дхарма, нирвана. Авторитет Щербацкого вопроса буддизма был признан бурятскими ламами, буддийским пандитом. Первые его наградили титулом пандита, а впоследствии ему присвоили почетное звание украшения логики. Ученики Щербацкого, Бельмир, Востриков, Базар-Барадин, а также подолгу живя в Дацанах, изучали труды. К трудам многих из них, часто написаны по-английски, до сих пор обращаются исследователи буддизма, в том числе западные.
Sherbatskoy eventually became the first European scholar who explained the system of Buddhist logic and such fundamental Buddhist concepts as Dharma and Nirvana to the West. The authority of Sherbatskoy in matter of Buddhism was recognized by both the Buryat Lamas and Indian Pandits. The former conferred him the title of Pandita, and the latter bestowed him the honorary title of Tarka Bhusana, jewel of logic. Sherbatskoy's students, Obermiller, Vostrikov, and Bazar-Baradin, also lived for a long time at Datsan, studying the living tradition. The scholars of Buddhism, including those in the West, still refer to the works of many of them, often written in English.
Упомянув западную школу изучения буддизма, нельзя также вспомнить того, что одной из замечательных фигур в деле распространения буддизма на Запад в новейшее время был Геше Вангел, выходец из российской Калмыкии, основавший в 50-е годы прошлого века тибетский буддийский монастырь в Нью-Джерси в США. Геше Вангел был наставником молодых Роберта Турмана, Джеффри Хобсона, Александра Берзина, видных буддийских ученых современного Запада.
Having mentioned the Western school of studying Buddhism, one cannot help but recall that one of the prominent figures spreading Buddhism in the West in modern times was Geshe Wangel, a native of Kalmykia, Russia, who founded a Tibetan Buddhist monastery in New Jersey, USA in the 1950s. Geshe Wangel was a teacher of the prominent Buddhist scholars of the modern West like Robert Turman, Jeffrey Hopkins, and Alexander Berzin.
Как известно, 20 век был временем упадка буддийского учения в России, но также это время на Западе находились люди, которые, прежде преодолевая трудности, искали и находили истинных учений учение там, где оно сохранилось усилием немногих держателей живой буддийской традиции. Одним из таких островков буддийской дхармы в Забайкале был мой учитель Жимба Жамба Цебенов, воспитавший наставлениями, своим примером многих приходивших к нему искателей учений. Его воспитанники впоследствии сыграли важную роль в возрождении буддизма как на местах, так и на Западе.
As it is known, the 20th century was the time of decline of the Buddhist teaching in Russia. But even at that time, there were people in the West who, enduring difficulties, sought and found the true teaching where it was still preserved by the efforts of few holders of the living Buddhist tradition. One of these islands of the Buddhist Dharma in Trans-Baikal area was my teacher, Jimba Jamso Tsibenov, who brought up many seekers of the teaching by homilies and his own example. Later, his apprentices played a great role in the revival of Buddhism, both at the local level and in the west of the country.
В наше время, помимо традиционных регионов распространения буддизма, у нас в стране является этническая Бурятия, Забайкалье, Калмыкия, Тува. Немало последователей буддизма есть также на Алтае. Сейчас активно ведется возрождение религии, также Хакасии. Во всех этих регионах, а также во многих других, растет количество последователей буддизма среди европейского населения России. Сейчас контакты и диалоги представляют традиционные усилия обществом, изучающие буддизм, не прощается, и есть все предпосылки в то, что время могут они стать интенсивными.
Nowadays, in addition to traditional Buddhist regions in our country, the entire ethnic Buryatia, Trans-Baikal area, Kalmykia and Tuva, there are also many followers of Buddhism in Altai, where this religion is now actively revived, and in Khakassia. In all these regions, as well as in many others, the number of followers of Buddhism among the European population of Russia is growing. Now, the contacts and dialogue between representatives of the tradition and the academic community studying Buddhism do not stop, and there are premises that with time they may become more intense.
В целом, в заключение, что все предпосылки, опыт контактов Запад и Восток в сфере буддийского духовной традиции России является хорошим примером плодотворного сотрудничества двух взаимодополняющих мировоззрений, примером опровергающий известное высказывание одного из писателей Киплинга, некогда сказавшего: «Запад есть Запад, Восток есть Восток, им никогда не суждено сойтись». Думаю, что в условиях глобального мира встреча Запада и Востока не только возможна, но и неизбежна.
In general, we can conclude that previous experience of contact between the West and the East in the sphere of the Buddhist spiritual tradition in Russia is a good example of fruitful cooperation between two complementary worldviews. The example refuting Kipling's well-known statement, "East is East and West is West, and never the twain shall meet." I believe that in a global world, a meeting between the West and the East is not only possible, but even inevitable.
Я хочу просто сказать, что один из живых учеников моего учителя это является Андрей Терентьев, который присутствует здесь.
I would like to say that one of living students of my teacher is Andrei Terentьев, who is here today.
Спасибо за внимание и удачи всем.
Thank you for your attention and good luck.
Thank you very much, Lamaji. Now I request second speaker, Professor Juan Aruno, Professor of Philosophy, Spain.
Namaskar. ¿Quién es el ave de oro que mora en nuestros pechos y en el sol? Cisne, pájaro acuático de cegadora luz. A él y solo a él honra este fuego. Así como la llama consumida la leña se sosiega y se extingue, así, cuando se agota el pensamiento, la mente halla su fuente y queda en paz. El ciclo de la vida que llaman el samsara no es más que la mente. Manténla siempre limpia, pues uno se convierte en aquello que piensa. That is how it sounds, Maitri Upanishads in Spanish. My talk will be about two Indian ideas for the contemporary debate on consciousness. There is no universe apart of beings. One can live as a Buddha or as an insect, and that attitude, that stance, is a universe. Thus, the universe is not in a given way, but it fluctuates according to the set of attitudes, to the roles that each being takes. Hence, we live in a universe that is pulsating, alive, protean, evolutionary and involutionary. Small fortuitous variations are not fortuitous, nor is competition the engine of evolution. The course of the universe is the course of the attitudes, which can be competitive, colonial, but also empathic or compassive, which can expand or contract the universe. Such a course is set by the hero's courage, the villain's villainy, and the bourgeois' meanness. The universe can thus be simultaneously divine and loving, or cold and mechanical. Don't look for idealism here. Beings organize themselves and occupy their position in the scale of being, according to their sensitivity, the scope of their perception. The mind of the world, which is memory, desire, language, and perception, is the dialogue or the battle amongst such sensibilities and attitudes. In it, we navigate. In it, we have to find our own place in the cosmos. Consciousness is a late, unexpected, and somewhat awkward guest at the party of evolution. That is the official view of the modern science. Evolution reaches its peak at the human brain, the most complex thing known to us. Consciousness emanates from it, like expendable smoke, and is considered an epiphenomenon of the brain, an accessory phenomenon that accompanies its activity, but has no influence on it. Consciousness is a property of the matter and plays a dispensable role in the scientific narrative. Consciousness is of secondary relevance in the fabric of space and time. That is the dominant thesis today, a thesis that does not solve the so-called hard problem of consciousness, but only avoids it. The philosophy of phenomenology reverses this view. Consciousness is not last nor least, but first and most. But phenomenology fails to influence scientific thought. Two ideas I want to bring here. Two ideas, two Indian ideas for the debate of consciousness. First idea, mind is not consciousness. Okay? We can find the origin of this idea in Samkhya tradition. Mind is not consciousness. So you can wide your mind, but you cannot wide consciousness. And second idea, cognitive perception gives rise both to the subject and to the object. The first shines its own light, while the second reflects it. This is an idea of Shankara and Prabhakara. Today, we know that the mind is not the brain. It is also heart and the gut, where important neural circuits have been found. But our proposal goes further. The mind is an expected phenomenon. The mind is an extended phenomenon. Such a field can be described by 4 extended phenomena: perception, memory, intention, and language. None of them is located exclusively in the individual. What we call ego is a superficial phenomenon, culturally magnified in our times. The mind is refractory to surgeons' methods. It cannot be dissected, nor can it be located. From this perspective, the mind is not in the brain. The mind is not in the brain, but the brain is in the mind. Their fusion is one of the great disasters of modern thought, the equivalence between brain and mind. The dominant scientific attitude takes for granted that minds are confined to brains. Minds are not but what brains do, and consciousness can only be a property of matter. In contrast, according to the two ideas entertained here, it is the brain that is inside the mind. The explanation is simple. If we ask ourselves how we actually found out that the brain exists and how it works, we will see that it's because of perception, memory, intention, and language. It took these 4 extended phenomena to discover the brain. Our knowledge of the world begins not with the matter, but with perception. According to Sankhya philosophy, consciousness, Purusha, together with nature, Prakriti, constitute the origin of everything. Consciousness is empty. Nature is made of qualities, and in its evolution leaves matter as a sediment. Consciousness experiences matter through nature. Both consciousness and nature maintain a relationship that is magnetic and cognitive. This encounter takes place in an extended mind, of which the individuals participate. The universe develops from the relationship between consciousness and nature. Consciousness wants to know and penetrate nature. In turn, nature wants to be traversed and enlived by consciousness in an erotic and cognitive act. It participates, belong to nature, but they need the consciousness if they want to achieve their full realization. Thus, consciousness is not an extension of life. On the contrary, it is his first foundation. In this sense, it lacks temporality, spatiality, historicity, memory, and intention. It is not possible to define it through empirical categories, and any casual relationship with it must be ruled out. Now, it is the reverse of the contingent. Nature is necessity. Consciousness is freedom. Taste, smell, touch, sight, and hearing constitute our singular engagement with the mind of the world. That extended mind is perception, memory, intention, and language, as I said. But consciousness, on the other hand, cannot be defined. The reason is simple. Consciousness is required to reflect on its own nature. You have to assume what you want to prove. Consciousness escapes any attempt of objectification. It is, in this sense, it's not scientific, if by science we mean objective knowledge. And yet, nothing is closer, nothing is more at reach. In fact, it is the starting point of the most twisted philosophy that the history of civilization has created, Cartesian mechanism. This is the reason why consciousness is so insidious for current philosophical materialism, a doctrine that handles a sanctimonious idea of the matter. There is a kind of materialism that is silly, physicalist, and mechanical. And then there is another kind, a daring materialism, in which matter is alive and matter breathes light. The nature of the relationship between consciousness and nature is unknowable. And so is the initial singularity of the Big Bang model. One must just assume it. Vachaspati Mishra uses the metaphor of the mirror. Consciousness is reflected in the intelligence of matter without being affected by it. That reflection makes conscious experience possible, but it does not imply any modification on the part of consciousness. It is like the reflection of the moon on a lake. The reflected image can be distorted by the movement of water without affecting the moon. There are other allegories like that of the lame man and the blind man. The lame man, consciousness, cannot move, but can see the way. The blind man, nature, can walk, but cannot advance without the lame's guidance. The lame man climbs on the shoulders of the blind man, and both walk the path. From that association proceeds the manifested world. There is something erotic in all of this. Another metaphor is the dancer and the spectator. The origin is always present. The timeless consciousness recreates itself with the temporal stagings of matter and allows itself to be seduced by them. Second idea, knowledge illuminates the subject and the object. Both the subject and the object are subsidiary and dependent on cognitive perception. Subjectivism is wrong. Reality cannot be what it seems to me to be. This leads to loneliness, which is in philosophy is called solipsism. Objectivism is also wrong. Reality without a subject is not reality. The dilemma can be resolved through the path of intersubjectivity. In every act of knowledge, the knower, the object, and the known come together. It does not matter if that cognitive act is a perception, an inference, a metaphor, or something read or heard. In all cases, it will reveal both the knower and the object. Suppressing one of these members of the equation entails miscalibration of the scope of knowledge, its ability to illuminate itself and the rest of the things. This is the reason why, for Prabhakara, the error does not compromise our cognitions, which are all valid. The distinction between truth and falsehood is only pertinent depending on freedom, on its ascending or descending itinerary. It is the light of knowledge that reveals both the subject and the object, which lack their own light and receive the reflected light of the former. Shankara says, the universe is nothing but the knowledge that knows itself. But to be a world, knowledge must be known through beings. It is suggested that consciousness, so intimate, so ours, does not really belong to us. It is reflected light coming from outside. He enters us and comes out again. That is why its appropriation is illicit and, above all, ungrateful, a lack of good manners. We are moons, but the ego believes he is the sun. Finishing. From this view, the true nature of the world is not eternal, nor it is temporary and fleeting. It is not the immutable, nor the transformation, but the magnetism between what does not move and what does move, between consciousness and matter. The divine is not the great almighty chief, nor the river of Heraclitus. The divine is a relationship. The loving game that these two carry out. The divine is a relationship. This place of the mind is the place of the mind that interests me the most, and where I would situate my philosophy if I had one. Thank you very much.
Now I request Professor Asha Mukherjee, Professor of Philosophy and Religion, Shobharati, Shantiniketan.
First of all, namaskar to everybody on the dais and also off the dais. I'm going to speak on women on the road of liberation, moksha, in Jainism, equality versus difference. I'm grateful to the organizers, India Foundation and Sachi University of Buddhist-Indic Studies, for providing me this opportunity to share my thoughts at this remarkable platform of the International Dharma Dhamma Conference on Eastern Humanism for the New Era. Jainism, as most of you know, is a religion of religious equality, recognizing all living beings' rights and advocating their evolution theory, starting from one sense being to multiple sense beings. Jainism also provides justification and arguments for almost every position they take on various issues. Therefore, one would expect that on the issue of female spirituality and their path to dharma, whatever position they take would be based on reasons and arguments, and it would be consistent. On the question, are women equal to men as far as spirituality goes, the two sects of Jainism, Digambara and Shvetambaras, are divided. They both accept the last great teacher, Jina, or spiritual victor of their religion, Vardhamana, Mahavir, and had been a naked ascetic, and some of his early adherents had been sky-clad, which is Digambara. The Digambaras who went naked following Mahavira's example claimed that a mendicant must renounce all property or possessions, which is called parigraha, including clothes, with the only exceptions of a small whisk broom for brushing insects away from one's seat and a water gourd, which is kamandal, for toilet purposes. The Shvetambaras, accepting that Mahavira adopted the practice of nudity, regarded the renunciation of clothes as optional for monks, somewhat similar to the practice of austerities such as fasting, which, although entirely commendable, was hardly mandatory. The Shvetambara sect later came to claim that clothes were an integral part of the holy life and that they were the only true mendicants because they wore clothes. The practice of nudity was no longer advisable in this age, and practice of nudity became extinct. With the overriding importance that the Digambaras attached to nudity, the clothes came to occupy a central position in the debates of the possible salvation of women for reasons that are never explicitly stated. Digambaras did not permit women to practice nudity under any circumstances and insisted that women wear clothes. Female mendicants, although regarded as noble or venerable, ladies or aryakas or sadhvis were technically not considered mendicants but simply spirituality, advanced lay women or utkrashta shravikas, a status similar to that which the Digambaras were willing to accept to the Shvetambaras monks. The Shvetambaras, on the other hand, did not consider clothes as a possession, parigraha, but rather as an indispensable component of religious life, that is, dharma upkarana. Women were thus considered eligible to attain moksha in that very female body, a prospect possible to any nun who was sufficiently adept spirituality. Moksha was therefore based on, not on biological condition, but on spiritual development. The presentation attempts to examine and explore the possibility of women attaining moksha, focusing in particular on the arguments present in the syllogistic form, and from such an argument from nakedness, argument from ahimsa, argument from impurity, an argument from women's nature, and argument from the seventh hell. Now, see, the basic idea is that let us not be shy of talking of issues related to women, their body, their self, the path of spirituality and to look at their own tradition and the arguments presented against their path towards Dharma and examine them closely before reaching to any conclusion. My intention to present these arguments from Jain tradition is to show that in Indic tradition itself, we have such detailed debates, and that too at a time when almost no one in the world talked of equality of gender. So that's the basic intention of this presentation here. The earliest indication of such controversy in the Jain medicants is found in the Prakrit text, the Digambara medicants Kunda Kunda, the 2nd century AD. Later in Shaktayana, a 19th century medicant small text, Sri Nirvana Prakarana, in some 50 verses that establishes him as the first known Indian expounder of a women's, that is the nun's ability to attain moksha. This examination will enable us to draw out some implications from the controversy for the women's broader problem of religious salvation. In this presentation, it is argued that the idea that the women are spiritually impure because of menstruation is a rather odd basis for Jain argument, since Jainism usually concerns itself with 3 jewels: thinking, speaking, and acting rightly, samyak vichar, samyak vachan, samyak karma. Further, there is no other place where Jainism says that involuntary bodily functions are spiritually obstacle. So therefore, women's body cannot be taken as the menstruation is a kind of involuntary bodily function, and therefore this cannot be a spiritual obstacle. Therefore, the argument against women's liberation go against their own position. So that's the argument which I am insisting upon. The Prakrit text, Sutra Prabhutra, is the special importance as it is the first extant Jain text that not only challenges the mendicant status of the clothes mendicants, but also denies women access to the holy path explicitly on account of their biological condition. We do not know how old this controversy is, but or who might have initiated it prior to the time of Kunda Kunda, but we find no other evidence before him of any attempt to portray a clothes monk, at least in the Digambara sects, and more importantly a nun, as deficient in ability to attain moksha on account of the clothing. Now it should be noted, however, that there is yet no categorical denial, even in Digambaras, of moksha to a woman in this or that other works of Kunda Kunda. But his words reproduced here provide the necessary scriptural authority for the Digambaras to conclude that since women is unable to assume the higher vows available to a man, this is actually, I am quoting from Sutra Prabhupada verse 7, she must be considered disqualified from attaining moksha as well. The controversy on the moksha of women thus begins in the present text, which is Sutra Prabhupada. In Digambara Kunda Kanda postulates the biological conditions of women as the primary ground for his thesis. The ensuing debate provides repeated opportunities of an examination of this view and its consistency with the rest of the Jaina teachings. It also permits us to determine whether the 2 Jaina sects can resolve this problem through arguments presented in the syllogistic form in accordance with the rules of Indian logic. Actually, I have worked out all these arguments, the 5 arguments which I have talked about in the syllogistic form. If the time permits, I will go into it, and if the time doesn't permit, I will skip them. Digambaras claim that moksha is attainable only by males, while the Shwetambaras maintain that having a female body is no obstacle to salvation. One might expect the Jainas to settle this matter through recourse to their scriptures, but the 2 sects do not always share the same body of texts. They do, however, share a common belief system, and in many cases, their positions are identical regarding to the status of women vis-a-vis men within the ecclesiastical order or with reference to the laws of karma and apply to male and female rebirth progress. The Digambaras Jain sect believe that one should follow the path Mahavira himself has shown, the way to liberation, the example of total nudity, and monks should follow. Women cannot achieve liberation without being reborn as men. First, nakedness is the essential element of the road of liberation, and clothes are a possession. The Shwetambaras, on the other hand, disagree and do not consider nakedness as an essential element. Shwetambaras do not dispute the fact of Mahavira's nudity. They assert that the conduct of a clothes monk is full accordance with the teachings and leads to the same goal of moksha. Mahavira himself, whose life shows Jain the way to liberation, set an example of total nudity, and Digambaras believe monks should follow. Digambaras do not accept the authenticity of Shwetambaras scriptures and insist that the vow of nudity is necessary, although certainly not the only condition of Jain mendicancy. The Shwetambaras, for their part, maintain that although nudity was allowed during the time of Mahavira, its practice was not prescribed for our degenerate times. And hence, those who still adhere to nudity are in violation of the scriptural injunctions and cannot be considered the true mendicants, followers of Mahavira. Since women are not allowed to be naked in public, they cannot achieve liberation directly and so are seen as second-class citizens. This ban on female nakedness is partly intended to protect both men and women. Now let me present the arguments. The argument from nakedness. If women were around naked, it would cause men to experience sexual desire, and the desire produced would hinder the men's progress to liberation. Naked women would feel ashamed of being naked, and the feeling of shame would hinder their progress to liberation. So it's both ways, for men and women both. It's also intended to prevent the disruptive consequences of allowing women to walk around naked. Kundakund says in verse 6, according to the teachings of Jaina, a person wearing clothes cannot attain moksha. See, even in men wearing clothes cannot attain moksha. Even if he is a Tirthankara, the path of moksha consists of nudity. All other paths are wrong paths. This is from Sutta Prabhutta, verse 6. The Shwetambara texts have claimed, however, that of the 24 Tirthankaras of our time, only the first and the last, namely Rishabh and Mahavira, had assumed the vow of nudity, whereas the other 22 were clothes. Kundakund seems to be rejecting here such a hearsay, and the case of Malli, I'm sure some of you are familiar, the 19th Tirthankara, who is claimed by the Shwetambara as a female. So out of the 24 Tirthankaras, there's one Tirthankara, which is 19th Tirthankara, is supposed to be Malli, who is supposed to be the female. And anathema to the Digambaras, according to whom the women does not even qualify to assume the total vows of monk for the reason so graphically described by Kundakunda in verse 7 and also 8. But note that nudity is accepted by both the Jain sects, and this cannot be treated as the basic premise for both the sects. Argument 2, argument from ahimsa. Digambaras also believe that women are inherently hinsic, ahimsa, because ahimsa is a vow, which is best translated as harmful. This comes partly from a belief that menstrual blood kills microorganisms living in the female body. The killing of the microorganism is said to show that a female body is less non-violent than a male body. Although that idea doesn't have any scientific support and isn't found in modern Jain thinking. Kundakund says, to quote, in general, in the genetical organs of women, in between their breast and their navels, in the armpits, it is said that the scripture that are very subtle living beings, how can there be mendicant ordination, that is pravajya or 17 for them, since they must violate the vow of ahimsa. This is from Sutta Prabhutra, verse 7. Now, next argument is impurity argument. Some Jaina texts say that menstrual blood is a sign of impurity, and this argument is based on biological concern. But the idea that women are spiritually impure because of the menstruation is rather odd. basis for the Jain argument, since Jainism usually concerns itself with thinking, speaking, and acting rightly. Three Ratna, as we know. There isn't any other area where Jainism says that involuntary bodily functions are spiritual obstacle. In case of men, the involuntary bodily functions are not considered as a spiritual obstacle. Then why in this case, in the case of women, they are considered as obstacles? That's the argument which is presented here. So arguments from women's nature, the next one. Another argument is that because women's nature is to care for children and other dependents, she will find it more difficult to break free from these earthly attachments. We have talked about aparigraha. So I mean, she's much more attached to the family, she's much more attached to the children, and so on and so forth. And unless she does this, she cannot achieve liberation. Kundakund says in verse 8 that women have no purity of mind. They are by nature fickle-minded. They have menstrual flows, and there is no mediation of them free from anxiety. This is also from Sutta Prabhupada. Kundakund argues more fundamentally on the grounds of her biological gender. According to him, women can never be totally free from harm, that is hinsa, to the subtle forms of life that her body inevitably produces. Thus, in Kundakunda's view, it is not possession of clothes as much as the hinsa inherent in her body that is the primary reason for a woman's inability to pursue her highest path of renunciation, and alone can lead to moksha. It should be noted, although, that Shvetambaras also share the notion of that women's body engenders subtle life forms. They do not thereby conclude that unintentional destruction of these beings constitute an obstacle to her assuming the Mahabhratas. As for the clothing, the Shvetambaras do not regard it as a parigraha, rather for a monk or a nun, and hence it should not prevent her from attaining the same goal as available to the monk. Okay, all right. So just the last argument, the argument for rebirth in the seventh hell. The excellence of knowledge, and Digambara syllogism used to prove this point as follows. The excellence of knowledge and so forth required for moksha is not found in women. Because such excellence and so forth must have absolute perfection, just as women lack the ultimate extreme of demerit, which is the immediate cause of rebirth in the seventh hell. They therefore lack the absolute perfection required for attaining moksha. Now, I am not going into the arguments further because of the time constraint, and then actually the Shvetambaras also try to answer this argument by saying that the invariable concomitance which is actually involved here, which is presupposed by Digambaras, does not really work. It is not like smoke and fire, and therefore there is no causal relation, and therefore this argument doesn't stand. Now, I will just go to, and actually, you know, I mean, there's a long controversy between Shvetambaras and Digambaras, even coming to the 9th century and 12th and 13th centuries, and so on and so forth. I will not go here into all those things, and there are many texts actually which are taking up this issue, starting, you know, from the 2nd century, as we have seen. Now, let me just conclude. The sectarian dispute between the Digambaras and Shvetambaras about the salvation of women might never have taken place in the Shvetambara scriptures had not affirmed that Mahavira himself had practically nudity and that women could not be born in the lowest hell. The debate between the two sects, as outlined above, hinges on the significance of these two factors of understanding the Jain attitude towards the position of women as mendicant and her which moksha is not possible. For Digambaras, it is the women's anatomy that prevents her from observing the highest precept of mendicancy, which in turn accounts to her lack of moral perfection. For Shvetambaras, possession denotes not the material things themselves, but the mental attachment to them. The crucial point of controversy would thus appear to be definition of the words parigraha and vitaraga, which is their constitutes of possession and what is its relationship to the absence of passions. Thus, the entire literal interpretation of the term parigraha by the Digambaras and Shvetambaras claim that clothes per se do not constitute possession, whether for men or women, it is not surprising that the Jain could not resolve the problem of nuns' moksha. Furthermore, on non-Jain, the whole argument would appear to be fallacious, since it is not possible to prove a person's freedom from possession from his lack of possessionless. Now, this actually is taken as a negative argument, and here actually Dharmakirti enters into the controversy, and he talks about, he gives very interesting example, and he says that one who is free from possession is not subject to acquisition. For example, Rishabh, the Jain teacher. Jain argument says the Dharmakirti is fallacious because the relationship between the lack of freedom from possessions and acquisitions, as well as their absence in Rishabh, is dubious. So the controversy goes on and on, Digambaras actually sort of stick to their stand, and Shvetambras also stick to their stand. So this dubious relationship itself is the only thing that allows the contrary claims of the two Jaina sects to stand. The Digambaras view that a woman cannot achieve the perfection of pure conduct, which is Samyak Charitra, and Shvetambara's contention that clothes do not constitute parigraha and therefore do not prevent a woman from attaining perfection equivalent to that of male. What and how far the equal status is granted to women in Buddhism is another question. So even though Dharmakirti is actually taking the side of Digambaras, still, we know that even in Buddhism we have their own argument, but this kind of extensive debate starting from 2nd century AD, that is something eye-opening for all of us. I mean, I was intrigued by this argument, so I thought I should share these arguments with this august audience. And let's not shy of talking these arguments, because after all, Indian tradition, the Indic tradition, has been the tradition of arguments. And instead of just praising our tradition, but not just praising the tradition, but also going into the arguments which they have presented, and I suppose studying them and bringing them forward, even if the language perhaps may not be acceptable for such kind of august audience, but I thought that I should bring this with this audience in front and see that, this tradition is also there, and this is also monk tradition and Indic tradition, which is absolutely amazing for me. Thank you so much for patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Asha Mukherjee. Now I request Professor Ammi Upadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar Open University, Ahmedabad, Gujarat.
Yes, sir.
Eastern humanism also like this, it gets adjusted to the people. Namaskar. It's really a matter of pleasure and privilege to present my idea related to Eastern humanism. I'm very thankful to India Foundation and Sanchi University for inviting me to share my ideas. In West, humanism was introduced mainly during Renaissance and as a movement to bring man in the center. Otherwise, it was religion, God-centric religion. When it comes to East, it was always being-centered rather than men-centered, would say being, because Eastern humanism always, it was more of being rather than becoming. And so it was always being-centered. Aham Brahmasmi, Shivoham, Shivoham, Tattvamasi. So here, when in East, we talk about humanism, it's about Dvaitvad and more of Visishta Advaitvad. So Dvaitvad and Visishta Advaitvad, me and Shiva, and again here Shiva, yesterday even, some of the panelists shared that Shiva is not exactly the God. It is more of a consciousness in every being. So Shivoham, Shivoham, I and the Almighty, we are the same. So I have he, she within me. Aham Brahmasmi, we are the same. Yes, I am, thou art. When we talk about Advaitvad and Visishta Advaitvad, it is more of having that Almighty in every being, everything. Even in Mahabharata, even Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, when Lord Krishna says that I am in, when matter comes to I manifest, he, that Almighty manifests in tree also, in bird also, in animal also, in river also. So there is the message that here in East, it is not the land of the God. There are the gods in every individual. So that is to be understood. Even in East, when we talk about Dharma, it is not religion exactly. Dharayati iti Dharma, that means individual. If I am there, I have different roles to be played, be it be of a teacher, be it be of a mother, be it be. So Dharma as a teacher, Dharma as a mother, Dharma as a citizen, what is my Dharma? So here it is more of a karma. Dharma is very closely associated with karma, and principle of karma, that is doing good something. Even in ancient India or ancient East, when the blessings were there, they were not Sukhi Bhava, it was Kalyana Bhava. Sukh is my sukh may cause, my happiness may cause unhappiness for someone else. If some thief is there, happy to get a good amount as a thief, but someone is unhappy because he or she has lost money, lost things. When we say Kalyana, Kalyana means your happiness is not at the cost of someone else's happiness. So this is Eastern philosophy, Eastern humanism. Dharma is closely associated with karma, and Kalyana, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina. Eastern humanism says that I might be very rich, king's son, but if I see poverty, if I see death, if I see old age somewhere else, far from me, but that causes pain within me, that causes unhappiness within me. So somewhere, if everybody is not happy, I am not happy. So that is what Eastern humanism says. I am closely associated with Indian classical dance also. So somewhere very closely, very differently studied two devotional practices associated with Eastern humanism, especially Indian humanism. And that is Prema Lakshana Bhakti and Jnana Lakshana Bhakti. They are also known as Jnana Yoga and Bhakti Yoga. Now in Bhakti Yoga or Prem Lakshana Bhakti, one tries to attain the spiritual fulfillment through love, compassion, oneness, and that too at the end, surrendering oneself. So when ego becomes zero, one attains the fulfillment. Yesterday also we came across a statement that our humanism was never egocentric. Eastern humanism was never egocentric. It was always ecocentric. And eco, that includes everything within it. So when we talk about Bhakti Yoga or Prema Lakshana Bhakti, so it is diluting completely one's ego, making it zero. In Indian classical dance also, we have, I very closely, because I have learned it for 10 years and for 18 years I have taught also. So whatever we learn everywhere, that very close Indian or Eastern humanism gets reflected. We have Gat Bhav. So Gat Bhav is a storyline. And when we learn from our gurus and when we teach to our students, why Gat Bhav? Gat Bhav is a storyline when a single person would be performing all characters. Why? Because all characters are there within you. What you see outside, that's not outside, that is within you. And so you have to manifest it. You have to let it come out. And that's why when be it be Kalya Daman, be it be Draupadi Vastraharan, Sita Haran, the learner, the dancer passes through a feeling that there is Ram within me, Ravan within me, Draupadi within me, Duryodhan within me, and I have to let the truth to win at the end of it. So it's that dance is also a journey. We know this is Eastern humanism, where Meera really attained the spiritual fulfillment simply by dancing. Dance is a meditation, Nataraja meditation we have here. That's the way to be one with the Almighty. Another is Jnana Yoga. That is through knowledge, through consciousness, one realizes what? That Shivoham, Brahmasmi. There is no duality anywhere. This is one and the same. So that is Jnana Yoga. When in Indian classical dance, when we start dancing, we bow down to the earth also. The reason is we say sorry because we tap on you. You are my mother, earth. How can I do that? Now you see, be it be flower, be it be river, be it be earth, everywhere we feel we are connected. And everywhere in Eastern humanism, we are thankful. Even Hazrat Amir Khusro jab says, Chhap tilak sab. That is, when I see you, I become you. I cease being myself. In 13th and 14th century. So that is Ishq Hakiki. Again, that is very close to Bhakti Yoga. So this is the country, this is the humanism where even 24 gurus, Dattatreya was known as the incarnation of Trinity, Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh. And he says, I have 24 gurus. Rather than me, there are my gurus. And in 24 gurus, he talks about earth also, air also, animals also, so many things, trees also. So this is the land where we really feel that to be happy, we have to make happy. Upanishad has rightly said that for the happiness of the family, leave your individual benefit and happiness behind. For the happiness of the society, the family comes next and society comes first. And for the nation, society comes next, nation comes first. And when it comes to the globe, it should be first. So it is moving from the center to the periphery. And in that way, we become one. I am so thankful to the organizer for giving me this opportunity. And I'm sure, Chair, that I try to finish within time limit. Thank you so much.
I am very much grateful to all the learned speakers. As the chair, I'm not going to summarize their lectures because I think it is a mere repetition. Therefore, I'd like to express my own view about Eastern humanism and modern materialistic humanism. Humanism, Swami Vivekananda calls it as in Eastern humanism as the spiritual humanism. The modern and Western humanism gives importance to shared values, human values. Humanists talk about morality, caring for others, compassion, treating others as one's own self. It is a lofty idea, but they reject spirituality. It is beyond my understanding. Without spirituality, how you can love others? How can you treat one's own self, others as one's own self? How can you show compassion? You can be compassionate towards others. It is just mere materialistic humanism. Modern and Western humanism is a materialistic humanism. I'm not spirituality here. I'm not talking about the God or existence of God according to Christianity. God stays somewhere above us, above the universe, and creates the world. The spirituality is totally different. Without spirituality, the talk of love, affection, treating others as one's own self, it is empty talk, intellectual gymnastic, or verbosity of modern materialists. Being a professor of philosophy, I have several questions about modern humanism. What is the common ground? They emphasize on the moral ethics, moral conduct, brotherhood. But so what is the common ground or thread or basis which inspires me to act or behave like this? See, there is a popular saying in Sanskrit, prayojanam anuddishya namandopi pravartate. Without purpose, without reason, without self-interest, even dull-minded cannot act, cannot indulge in action. There is no proper answers why I love others. Love thy neighbor. It is a Bible statement. Then why should I love neighbor? What is the reason? There are no proper answers in the modern humanistic view. Answers are found in Eastern humanism. Answers are found in Vedic culture, especially in Advaita Vedanta, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and Shintoism. Swami Vivekananda, keeping Advaita Vedanta in his mind, he talks about spiritual humanism. Spiritual humanism upholds the spiritual oneness of all, spiritual unity of all existence in the universe. To explain it very briefly, human spiritualism, particularly according to Vedanta, also Advaita Vedanta, there is only one pure consciousness, Shuddha Chaitanya, which is supporting ground of all changing phenomena. It is all pervading and inside and outside of everything. The spirit, consciousness, it is a concept of God. The idol, it is not a God in India. Consciousness is the ultimate reality, supreme reality. It is all pervading. It is inside and outside everything, not only human beings. In everything. When Ishavasya Upanishad says, Ishavasya vidam sarva, that means kinchit jagatyan jagat. Whatever is there in the universe, living or non-living, that everything is pervaded by one divine consciousness. The world, the universe originates from this consciousness. See, in the Indian Vedic culture, Vedic civilization, there is no creation. It is the origination, spontaneous outcome of this consciousness. Entire universe is the basis, is the consciousness. It is like a canvas. Even science is coming to this conclusion. Even Max Planck, Schrödinger, Heisenberg, they are telling consciousness is the fundamental. Matter is derived from consciousness. Without consciousness, physics cannot make a progress. It is their statement. It means consciousness is the ultimate reality. It is the ground, supporting ground of everything. It is inside and outside of everything. Therefore, it is an individual, it is in myself as well as in others. In this essentially, spiritually, we are all one. We are all one. Therefore, I have to love others. Upanishad says, loving others, you are loving yourself. Hating others, you are hating others. If you identify yourself with all beings, you will not hate anyone. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanevanu pashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tatonu vijugupsate. The statement of Ishavasya Upanishad. One who realizes or one who sees one's own self in everything and everything in one's own self, he will not hate anyone. This is the spiritual unity. This is the spirituality. Without identifying in yourself with all other living beings, when a great principle, ahimsa, it cannot be practiced. To practice ahimsa completely, you must identify yourself with all living beings, not only living beings, everything, every object of the universe. According to Advaita Vedanta, what we see in particularly modern humanism is the man-centered. Particularly the Christian thought, except man, human being, everything is for his satisfaction. All, even forest, animals, birds, everything is a source for his satisfaction. He can exploit them. But in the Eastern tradition, particularly in the spiritualistic Vedantic tradition, everything is a divine. Everything is a spiritual. You are one of them. Forest, animals, birds, mountains, rivers. Everything is divine. You have to identify yourself with everything. Now, I can quote hundreds of quotations from our scriptures. It is humanism is thousands of years, Eastern humanism is thousands of years old. The word humanism not used earlier, but the entire approach towards life is humanistic. You cannot deny that one. Now, the dharma, the word dharma or dhamma is a nearer term to the humanism. Dharma which brings all together. That is the principle which brings all together. Dharana dharma ityahu dharmo dharayati praja. Dharma is not only religious and philosophical framework. It is a world view. It is a world view which covers duties, obligations, everything. Now come to the modernist approach towards life. They give importance to ethics, moral values. Vedic culture, Buddhism and Jainism ask us to cultivate moral values. They are known as cardinal doctrines such as non-violence, truthfulness, non-stealing, sexual control, purity of conduct, non-anger, etc. Ahimsa satyam asteyam, shaucham indriya nigraha, dhirvidya satyam akrodho, dashagam dharma lakshana. Even yoga of Patanjali, yama niyamas, and ashtangika mark of Buddhism are all moral paths. From Vedic text, Buddhist text and Jain text, I can quote hundreds of quotations which are purely humanistic. You have to judge. Now, Veda says, Vishwam bhavatyeka needam. World is a one universe. World is a nest to live in. In small nest, the world is a nest. We are all living beings are birds. In small nest, birds live with affection and love. Similarly, we have all living beings, human beings, live like a bird in this nest of world. Vishwam bhavatyeka needam. Then secondly, it is very similar to Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. World is one family. Then Shanno astu dvipade shanchatushpade. Let all human beings be happy. Let all animals will be happy. Chatushpade. Then for the benefit of entire mankind, the Rig Veda gives immortal message stating that live together with love and affection, come together, talk together, act with one mind for the benefit of mankind. Sangachadvam, samvadadvam, samomanavsi janata. Rig Veda tells further, it says, let your intention, desires and determinations be one. Let your hearts be one. Let your mind and thinking be one. Thus your work be completed together. Samaniva akutihi samana ardayaniva samanamastuvo mano yatha susahasati. Bhagavad Gita says, Atmamat sarvabhuteshu yapashyati apashyati. He is the real seer, he is the real sage who sees, who treats others as one's own self, who sees one's own self in everything, every human being. Mahabharata says that is very golden rule is earlier, not even the Bible, it is earlier. Golden rule is given by the Indian culture. Atmanah pratigulani pareshanna samachare. Whatever action is not favorable to you, do not do it for others. It is the greatest, it is a golden rule. Even modern humanists emphasize that this golden rule. In take the Buddhism, Dhammapada summarizes the entire teaching of Buddha in one verse, in one sloka. It says, Sarva papasya akaranam kushalasya upasampada chittasya pariyodalapanam etad buddhanushasanam. Not doing sinful acts, physically, mentally and vocally, inculcating all good virtues, purifying the mind, or the purification of the mind, is the teachings of Buddha. The entire Buddha's teaching, especially Ashtangika Marga, that is a noble eightfold path, is covered in this one verse. Jainism says, there are Jain experts, Dr. Kusumben, Jain, parasparopagraho jivana. Individual has to serve the society, individual have to serve each other, people have to serve each other to lead a good life. There is a Dashavidha Dharma and a list of code of conduct, Pancha Acharas, Sattvacharas in Jainism. All are humanistic in their approach, humanistic in their nature. Lastly, I would like to say, these are all humanistic statements of humanistic. These are all statements show the humanistic approach of the Eastern culture. Following the Eastern tradition, even Vedic culture, Buddhism, Jainism, and even Sikhism, we can bring a peace into the society. We can live with harmony, following the principles of Vedic tradition, spiritual humanism. We can establish harmony and peace in the troubled society of modern day. Thank you very much. I am very much grateful to the organizers, especially Honorable Respectable Ram Madhavji and Foundation, India Foundation, and Sanchi University, which is earlier my own university, still it is my own university. I have a love and affection towards this university, and with all staffs, I am very much grateful to all of them. I am very much thankful to all the learned speakers for enlightening their lecture. And then, all of you, thank you very much. Namaste. Now I invite Professor Mehta, Dr. Professor Mehta to continue this program.
Thank you very much, sir. It was really a wonderful session, very thought-provoking. Satyena rakshate dharmo vidya abhyasane rakshate. I think this is the sum of the whole session. So with this note, Jagat Pitro Vande Parvati Parmeshwaro, I bow to all of you for a wonderful deliberation. Last but not the least, we would like to honor, and it will be our privilege to honor you all. May I now request our Registrar Sir, Professor Alkesh Chaturvedi ji. Okay. May I now request Dr. Devendra Singh ji. Dr. Devendra ji. Okay. To welcome and honor very honorable Khambo Lama ji, Syrian Dokedom Bayaf from Russia. May I now invite Vijay Dubey ji to felicitate Professor Juan Arnau from Spain. Please do away the honor. Mr. Vijay Dubey from Sanchi University. May I now invite Dr. Ramesh Rohit ji to honor Dr. Asha Mukherjee ma'am. May I now invite Dr. Rahul Siddharth ji to extend our welcome and honor Professor Dr. Ami Upadhyay ji. And it is, very, very, I think, personal and emotional moment for all of us to have our former VC on the dais. He blessed, and his blessings are always with us. And the chairman of this session, may I now invite Dr. Devendra ji again to do away the honor. Dr. Devendra Singh ji, kindly honor our former Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Yajneshwar Shastri ji. Before the end of this session, I would like to make two announcements. The first, that a mobile is found at the desk, at the registration desk of Samsung. If anybody has lost that mobile, please contact at the registration desk, which is outside of the hall. The second announcement, that the tea break will be of 10 minutes, and then we will be resuming here at 11:30. Kindly take care of time. Thank you one and all. Thank you very much, the chair, distinguished guests, and everybody. Thank you one and all. Vande Mataram. Jai Bharat.
He wrote the first book in Jainism.
conflict with Ukraine, all my thoughts came to be directed into the problem of war. And here, the Eastern humanism answers to the questions of war with the concept of ahimsa, first of all. Ahimsa in Jainism and Buddhism and Hinduism is a great teaching. And thinking about this, I came to some questions and problems which I want to share with you, and maybe find some ideas and help from the side of eminent scholars and teachers on the present here. So, when in Russia I was shocked, as many people, by the crisis and the war, and we started to think what to be done to stop murder, killing, and like that. I was maybe naively surprised that Buddhist population of Russia didn't have one opinion on that. And in Russia, you know, we had talks on yesterday and today about Buddhism in Russia. Buddhism is present for more than 4 centuries in Russia, actually. It has been dominant religion in Buryatia, Kalmykia, Tuva, and some other areas. And at present, we have, after the revival, which started with Gorbachev, because during the Soviet time, Buddhism was totally suppressed, almost totally suppressed. At the moment, we have 350 local Buddhist organizations in Russia and 14 umbrella organizations. The biggest ones are in Buryatia and Kalmykia, of course. And it came out that when Buddhists, moved by the ahimsa concept, started to preach and ask to stop the military actions, it came out to be that some Buddhists do support military actions. And so I started to pay more attention to the background in the teaching, which gives, to find out if it gives some foundation for this alternative view or not. And interesting things came out. First of all, maybe for me only, of course, those who studied it earlier know earlier, there is some difference which I found out in the Theravada approach to Buddhism and Mahayana, first of all. And this problem is not new for the Buddhist society, because from the very early times of Buddhism, Buddhist country and non-Buddhist country also had a war with the participation of Buddhists. This war were in Sri Lanka, Korea, Japan, Thailand, Burma, China, Tibet, everywhere. But for me, looking from the 21st century, this all seems so far and long time ago that there was a feeling that it is not related to our time, but it is. And when I looked more closer to this situation, I learned that not only laymen, but also monks were fighting in the wars, as were soldiers, especially in Japan, in Tibet. And it sounds as nonsense, because if you kill a living being like man, your monk vows are finished immediately. but monks were continued to fight. How could it happen? Was it just the weakness of people, or can we find some foundation in the Buddhist teaching which allows violence? So, first in Theravada, I speak at Theravada, I must say that we do not know a single text which says you can go to a war. Neither canonical nor commentarial. But looking at the Theravada thinkers of the 20th century already, we find that they are more hesitant on these problems. And if I cite, for example, such a well-known author as Bhikkhu Bodhi, he puts it like that. While adhering to non-violence as an ideal, how should a government address real threats to its population? And how the international community to deal with a nation determined to impose its will by force? While absolute non-violence may be the rule when no contrary circumstances are apparent, specific situations can be morally complex, entailing contrary moral claims. Suppose we are living in the 40s of 19th and 20th century when Hitler is pursuing his quest for global domination. If I join a combat unit, is my participation of this war to be considered morally reprehensible, though my purpose is to block the murderous campaign of a ruthless tyrant? Can we say that fidelity to the Dharma obliges us to remain passive in the face of brute aggression? Wouldn't we maintain that in this situation, military action to stop the aggressor is laudable and even obligatory? By the same token, if a policeman in pursuit of his duty is compelled to shoot a killer to spare the lives of innocent people, would we not consider his action commendable rather than blameworthy? Hesitantly, says Bhikkhu Bodhi, I would have to adopt the latter position. Taking life is always the last choice and the most regrettable one. I admit that I can't justify my standpoint by appeal to Buddhist text, whether canonical or commentarial. Similarly, I learned that some thinkers in Sri Lanka, both lay and monastic, such as Nalin de Silva or Ratnanandhera, have supported the defensive war against the liberation tigers of Tamil land. And even earlier, the Sanskrit term Dharma Yudaya, like writer's war, appeared in both academic and popular writings, and it was not referring only to the inner victory over defilement, as it was started, this term, but also to struggle of protecting Dharma, and which was referred to firstly non-violent, then also to violent means. So this is what we have in Theravada. In Mahayana, it's more clearly worded. It seems to be able to violent challenges of present world more openly. Because in Mahayana, the destructive actions are directly prescribed in the so-called secondary bodhisattva vows, or set of 46 misdeeds, nyechep in Tibetan, which must be avoided by any follower of Bodhisattvayana, that is Mahayana. And namely, the misdeed number 11 says, not committing a destructive action when love and compassion call for it. The seventh destructive action of body and speech are meant here. And taking life is the first of them. The other 6 are stealing, sexual misconduct, lying, divisive speech, harsh speech, and idle talk. And example of how it should be understood and employed was given in a special Mahayana Sutra called Upaya Kaushalya Sutra, where the Buddha himself tells about how he killed a robber in one of his previous lives. I also quote a little bit. The sutra says, "Then the Lord addressed the Bodhisattva Jnanatara, son of the family. Once upon a time, there were 500 merchants who set sail on the high seas in search of wealth. Among the company was a robber who thought, I will kill all these merchants, take all their possessions and go to Jambu continent. And on board there was a captain named Great Compassion, Mahakarunika, and the deities showed him in his dream that this is plan. Then the captain, Great Compassion, considered for 7 days and nights what means there might be to prevent this person from killing the 500 merchants. And he thought, there is no means to prevent this man from slaying the merchants and going to the great hells, but to kill him. If I were to kill this person, I would likewise burn in the great hells because of it. Yet I can bear this experience of pain, and I will kill this person myself. And he did it. And then he says, at that time, son of the family, I have been none other than this Captain Great Compassion, and this was told in this sutra. But this is the case of individual murder. What about the military action, which is a mass murder? I was able to find also only one text from the great collection of Mahayana Sutras. It was called the Arya Satyaka Parivarta, and it is kept in Tibetan and Chinese translations only. In this sutra, it's interesting to mention, not the Buddha is the main speaker, but Jain Shramana Satyavadin, who speaks in the presence of Buddha, and then Buddha praises his words. So the Buddhist Sutra says that war is possible from the face of Jaina. That's also paradoxical. The episode of the sutra referring to this says, as the questions of King Chandrapadyota, who asked this Ramana, if there should happen to be a war, how does a righteous ruler deal with it? And Satyavadin answers, if a righteous ruler cannot succeed in preventing the war, whether by means of friendly mediation, benefiting its enemy, or issuing warnings, then he should wage war, keeping 3 thoughts in mind. First, a ruler must keep protection of his people in mind. Then, a ruler must keep thought about victory over the enemy in mind. And third, a ruler must keep protection of all life in mind. That is, do the military action in most mild way. So some violence and war seems to be permitted. And as far as I understand, this position is supported in our times by no other than His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who, though being the follower of Mahatma Gandhi and being famous in promoting idea that conflicts should be resolved only by negotiations, and who severely criticized the war as a mass murder, still writes in his bestseller Ethics for the New Millennium, published in 1998, that he might justify the so-called clever ballot, if it existed, which could identify and kill only the initiators of war, thus saving from death the thousands of innocent people. So, as a conclusion, we must fix the idea that in Mahayana openly and in Theravada hesitantly, some people in the last centuries do allow the concept of war. It is easy to say, but it could be accepted by us if somebody like Arhat or great Bodhisattva would say that this war would be just, go and fight. But practically, it is not the case. And very often, we do not have such great spiritual figures, and the decision is defined by local Buddhist leaders who sometimes are under the strong pressure of government, or fear, or hatred and ignorance, and not by love and compassion. They send Buddhist believers to fight, encouraging them with slogans like "Buddha is on our side," and thousands of faithful people, believing their gurus, go to war, kill and die, and go to hell finally. But what could be done in such case when one Buddhist teacher says, this is just war, this is protection of the country, go and die, and the other teachers said, no, this is wrong war, this is aggressive war, don't go and don't go to army. In Russia we have exactly this situation, because the leaders of Kalmykian Buddhist and main leaders of Buryat Buddhist cling to opposite position. What should we do? And thus I think that this problem refers now not only to Russia, of course. I speak about Russia because it touched me directly, and I feel pain for the whole year seeing like people, hundreds get killed every day. But many Buddhists serve in other countries, even in the countries of the non-Buddhist people, such as United States of America or British Army. In British Army, I read there are 4,000 Buddhists fighting. 2,800 of them are Gurkhas, and the other nationalities. There they have their own websites where they discussed how Buddhist should be a soldier and without losing his vows. And this is a real problem. So what I think that we must address this problem at least in the 21st century, because how many wars will come, we don't know. The Buddhists must keep their vows to be true to ahimsa and fight only in extreme case when it can be supported by great bodhisattvas, arhats, or great spiritual teachers who said this is just war. Before, I thought that it may be enough to address those who have difficulties in deciding to the Buddha in Kalama Sutta, when people asked him that time about the different teachers who propagate their teachings and said this is the only right teaching. How can we decide, they asked the Buddha, which teaching is right and which is wrong? And Buddha answered, please think for yourself. Look what is good and what is bad, and you can make the correct decision. Now it's next to impossible to a simple person to make his personal decision, because the propaganda in the countries, advertisement of war, goes from both sides with a great support of modern findings in social psychology, and for a not very educated person, it's next to impossible to stand to his own position correctly. And at the same time, many people, for example in Russia, do support military actions quite sincerely. We had lots of discussions and very hot discussions. So I learned that even clever people, some clever people and educated people, they do have arguments in support of this viewpoint. You cannot say they are lying or they are just obeying the commands of the government. It's a real problem. How to solve it, I don't know. So I hope very much that spiritual teachers of both Buddhist tradition of Mahayana and Theravada will think about it, and maybe there could be organized some Buddhist body. You know, there are many international Buddhist organizations. There is such organization as Asian Conference for Peace. Maybe they can organize some bodies of universally respected teachers who can make some decisions, some advice to local Buddhist leaders. I don't know. But this is a real problem which I wanted to share. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Terentiev. Please, thank you so much. I think that was a very thought-provoking presentation by Professor Terentiev, talking about ahimsa or war vis-a-vis the Mahayana tradition, and how perhaps Russia needs to have more Buddhist teachings that could help the situation between Russia and Ukraine, because we're talking about the war, and I think your focus was more on how do we bring ahimsa to the fore. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I invite Dr. Vedika Hardayal, Associate Professor and Head of Indological Studies, Mauritius Mahatma Gandhi Institute.
Namaskar. Warmest greetings to all of you. Immense gratitude to India Foundation, Sri Ram Madhavji and his dynamic team for making me part of this very significant event and for their tireless effort in the promotion and dissemination of Indian culture, of Dharma Dhamma traditions all around the globe. Gratitude to the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Nirja Guptaji, Vice Chancellor of Sanchi University, Buddhist and Indic University. Professor Sunaina Singh, Vice Chancellor of Nalanda University. My humble greetings to all the refined minds of India and the friends of India. Special thanks to Professor S.R. Bhatt for being an inspiring role model and a cultural crusader. Greetings to Professor Godavarish Mishra, currently Dean at Nalanda University, who has also contributed in developing a niche in the teaching, for the teaching of Indian philosophy in Mauritius. I feel indeed very blessed to share space amidst all of you luminaries, venerated yogis, social scientists, diplomats, social and political reformers, and philosophers. As a nation, I represent Mauritius, a P-shaped island in the Indian Ocean, also referred to as the Chota Bharat, reputed as a paradise island for its sun, sand, and sea. I feel immensely privileged to be in Madhya Pradesh, one of the world's tourist destinations. I was trying to find a connect between Mauritius and Madhya Pradesh with my father, who has been a student of Vikram University in Jain in the early 70s, and who very enthusiastically told me that बाल कवि जो राज्य कवि से भी जाने जाते हैं, बाल कवि वैरागी जी, उनकी जन्मस्थली मध्य प्रदेश है। और रोमांचक बात यह है कि उन्होंने अपनी कविता में मॉरिशस पर उल्लेख करते हुए यह बताया था कि मॉरिशस बिना सर्पों वाला देश है। And perhaps this is why Mauritius has been known as the Paradise Island. आप सभी मध्य प्रदेश वासियों को मॉरिशस को से प्रणाम। Thank you. I shall also seize this opportunity to humbly request the organizers of India Foundation to consider holding the next Dharma Dhamma conference in Chota Bharat, that is Mauritius, and this will give an opportunity to further strengthen our cultural ties. In line with the overarching theme of the 7th Dhamma Dhamma conference, I intend to put forward a proposition for a spiritual economic model based on the edifice of Eastern Humanism for a new era. Ladies and gentlemen, the current times has been characterized with turbulences at all levels. You would perhaps agree with me that humanity today is facing two acute interlocking problems. Firstly, pronounced environmental degradation, and secondly, large inequalities within and between countries. This particular situation is generally called an ecological crisis, and for all practical purposes, the ecological crisis is an existential one for all life forms on the planet. Hence, it is important to better understand how it is to be mediated with a view of proposing a spiritual base for economics. No doubt, economic work is happening in a big way. It is moving in the right direction. But what has happened to the cultural, social, and individual levels, and consciousness-wise, has to happen at an equal pace, if not at a faster pace. If it does not happen, then good economics will bring more pain than well-being. It is posited that in the modern world, human beings relate with each other and with their broader surroundings through the invisible hand of market. Consequently, the market-based economy captures a significant part of human ecology and shapes socio-economic subsystem. The conventional economic model abstracts the socio-economic subsystem as a stand-alone system that is related instrumentally to the natural environment for its resources and as a sink for waste. This economic model produces goods and services for consumption based on a production process that treats the factors of production such as land, labor, and capital as perfectly substitutable. The overall aim is to increase individual welfare through consumption. The base of ecological crisis is increasingly seen as being an economic or technological as much as a moral and spiritual issue. It is seen as a crisis of values which is widely held to be the result of the dominant modern Western worldview that is anthropocentric and mechanistic, devaluing nature while overvaluing humanity. Due to the anthropocentric perspective that has long been prevalent in human societies, we have alienated ourselves from nature and from the rest of creation due to materialism and consumerism. We have been driven away from traditional and spiritual values towards materialistic values. Mitigating the current environmental degradation has become an urgent and pressing priority if we if we are to have a viable future on this planet. It is time to reconsider our value system, our priorities in life, time to realize that we are not just part of nature, but due to our uniqueness, that is the possession of our consciousness, we have the ability to make choices and to transform the surrounding environment. Ladies and gentlemen, it is against this backdrop that I propose to visit Eastern humanism and therefore propose that Dharma Dhamma traditions can act as a catalyst in forging ahead a sustainable and balanced relationship between humankind and nature. Basically, all forms of humanism emphasize the intrinsic dignity, worth, and creative agency of human beings. Eastern humanism, as represented by Buddhism, for instance, values the equality of all living beings. Eastern humanists emphasize on the element of interconnectedness. The Vedas extol Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We are one family, with the ability to discern interconnectedness in life while striving to live contributive lives, in a sense, makes one a value creator and already a global citizen. Eastern humanism aims at nurturing good global citizens. And in this process of nurturing good global citizens, education plays a key role. Swami Vivekananda was very emphatic about not just educating the mind, but also educating the mind towards becoming a great character. We need such a human revolution that enables individuals to create value by awakening to the very fact that they are protagonists of the changing society. It is to be noted that Eastern humanism has been appreciated and acknowledged by many great minds around the world. Thoreau, one of the great thinkers of America, went on to say that every morning I bathe my intellect in this stupendous and cosmogonal knowledge from the East. Mark Twain gave one of the best compliments to India following his short visit. He said, I quote, "Anything that has ever been done, either by man or God, has been done in this land," unquote. Many people have said good things about Eastern wisdom. Now, the question arises as to why it is important to preserve and nurture the spirit of Eastern humanism. Here, I would like to emphasize that Eastern humanism is not a product of any particular individual's mental construct, nor is it a product of one's individual identity or individual memory. The significance of spirit of Eastern wisdom or Eastern humanism does not emanate from the divisive intellect, nor from the buddhi, not from the mahat, not from the ahankar. It emanates from the chit, which is pure intelligence, the deeper dimension of intelligence within all of us. Pure intelligence is that which is not divided, that which doesn't divide the world into different pieces. It is universal, it is called Sanatan Dharma, the ultimate law of nature. Therefore, starting the premise that unsustainability results from a lack of whole system approach to human ecology, a fundamental step forward will be to acknowledge the interconnectedness of all things. By reclaiming the oneness of life, we have a cosmology that de facto holds all the solutions to formulating a spiritual economic model. The Isha Upanishad provides a cosmological worldview for the spiritual economic model, exposing the ultimate reality of life as an undifferentiated oneness that transcends all dualities. The whole world is the abode of Isha. He dwells in everything, and of everyone he is part. Isha Vasyam Idam Sarvam Yat Kimcha Jagatyam Jagat. In this opening stanza, Isha can be regarded as the canvas that provides the substratum for the unfolding of life's tapestry. This ultimate reality is beyond individual likes and dislikes, ignorance or knowledge. That is all forms of dualities. The ethics that is inherent to the cosmology of oneness arises from seeing all beings in Isha and Isha in all creations. As far as the spiritual economic model is concerned, a state is reached wherein one does not feel the need to covet what is for another, ma gridaha kasya svidhanam, which is in opposition to keeping up with the joinesses that the conventional economic model propounds. The cosmology and ethics contained in the Isha-Upanishad has an ontological correlate that is important for two interlocking reasons. Firstly, the moral compass of what is the right thing to do by each human being in the context of sustainability is directly related to the nature of being. And secondly, realizing the nature of this being will require an epistemology in terms of both what constitutes true knowledge and the means of acquiring such knowledge. By acquiring the first stanza, applying the first stanza of the Isha-Upanishad to oneself, the nature of being is revealed as Jivatman. Tattvam Asi is Brahma. This ontological self is described in the Mahavakya of the Upanishad, such as Tattvam Asi, inherent to this self-realization and similarly applicable to all human beings, in respect for life in all of its biotic and abiotic manifestations. These give rise to equality in relationship between human beings and all their surroundings, and this is in line with the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 32. In such a setting, socio-economic situations would be designed on the principles of fairness, equity, and inclusiveness. Stewardship for nature will prevail, and this will necessarily avoid plunder of natural resources and fouling of one's nest, that is Mother Earth, through pollution. So, the cosmology afforded by the Upanishads describes an ontology from which an ecological ethics can emanate. Ladies and gentlemen, economic theory operates under the hypothesis of scarcity of resources. At any point, the availability of natural resources and the capacity of nature to assimilate waste depend on the metabolic rate of the economic process. Taking the planet as a closed system as far as the physical resources are concerned, there will always be limits to how much can be extracted for the production of goods and services. It has been argued that abject natural resources depletion and degradation of ecosystems function vital for life on Earth would make the marginal utility revenue of the economic process less than its marginal utility cost, thereby making it uneconomic. However, the cosmology, ontology, and ethics of the Isha Upanishad point to an alternative in the form of a spiritual economics of abundance rather than scarcity. The distinctive feature of this spiritual economics is better understood by looking at twofold nature of Brahma. The material nature is made up of 8 parts: earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, reason, and ego. And there is the higher or the spiritual nature in the form of Jivatman, by which the whole universe is sustained. The classical economic model is wholly confined to apara prakriti, with the delusion of permanence of the physical world, which is of limited biophysical capacity arising from the interplay of the 3 gunas. While the spiritual economic model is also located with the apara prakriti, its substantive spiritual qualities will be drawn from para prakriti. While acknowledging that there is need for consumption of goods and services to maintain the physical body in good health, and that human ecology would be underpinned by an ecological ethics discussed earlier, the purpose of life will be one of inner spiritual realization. Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5. This underpins the spiritual economics of abundance for all creatures in renounce and enjoyment. Tena tyaktena bhunjita. The above discussion brings us to the finality of the economic process as one to enhance the well-being of human beings. Since human beings are socially organized and embedded with the biosphere, the well-being sought will necessarily flow from health and well-being of all other creatures and ecosystems that form the totality of life on the planet. Modern psychology has revealed that human well-being has multiple dimensions, qualitative and quantitative, most of which are non-monetary and non-material, that is health, family, relationships, community participation, job satisfaction, state of the environment, security, spirituality, religiosity, etc. For instance, once a minimum standard of living or material welfare has been secured, it is the non-monetary dimension of well-being that are most significant. At this stage, because of diminishing marginal return of money to happiness, the contribution of money and the things it can buy to well-being is insignificant. Since there are a multitude of ways to spend money beyond material accumulation, for example, donations, to improve the well-being of less fortunate persons, buy leisure time, spend on needs rather than wants, and also a multitude of ways to improve the non-monetary dimensions of well-being, individuals can purposely design their lives to increase well-being. In the Upanishadic conception of the spiritual economic model, lasting well-being, that is without beginning and end, as is the case with the worldly pleasures, arises with the realization of the self, is Brahman. It is therefore futile to seek
Vedika,
happiness.
can you conclude, please?
Sure, yes. So on a conclusive note, I would like to say that spiritual economics, supported by Dhamma traditions, is far removed from the mainstream economic model, and that is based on conspicuous consumption with its detrimental effects on life-supporting ecosystem. It has been pointed out that the human self is inherently a spiritual self, but that this crucial dimension of being has been relegated to take a backseat in public discourse on human development. As a purposeful way forward, it is proposed that academic research on philosophy of sustainability should embrace spirituality using a transdisciplinary approach in order to engage in public discourse and to make the case for the need of spirituality and spiritual economics in the process of designing and planning for sustainable, harmonious living. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Vedika. To sum up, I think it's a very interesting model that she's been talking about. And I think the focus has been, is the pursuit of materialistic values dehumanizing mankind in today's world? And does the answer lie in dharmic traditions of spirituality that could somehow save the mankind? And I think that was the crux of her presentation. Now may I invite Padma Shri, Professor Geshe Samton, my colleague and Vice Chancellor, Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies in Sarnath. May I invite you, Professor?
Namaste. Yeah, okay. Everybody on the dais and off the dais. I have been wearing mask, one of the very few people in the hall, primarily not to protect myself, but to protect you from me, because since yesterday evening I've been having a little bit of cough, so trying to stop it spreading into atmosphere. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. I have been associated with the Sanchi University right from very beginning, and so I have also been attending many of the conferences held earlier. So this time, the conference topic I came to know this morning when I reached a hotel at, I have been assigned to speak one of the panels, and then the topic was about the humanism of the East and things like that. So I think the idea is certainly very, important. As we can see that now we have to see from, different perspective. The world has become shrunk into a village, and Indian system in general had in the past for millennia have been evolving as a result of a very intensive and deep interaction amongst the religious systems and the philosophical thoughts. So it is not kind of a parallel sort of a development, but every philosophical school you can find impact from other, and also interaction how this has been going on for for millennia together. And I used to say that for this kind of interaction and impact on each of the philosophical schools, we do not need to ask any historians, but we can see the Shastras, and these Shastras are the Sakshis of such development and the impact made on each of the schools from others. So in India, the very perspective of the approach of spirituality is culmination of personality into a totally kind of accomplished person in terms of elimination of all the negative things, and and culminating and the cultivating every kind of positive kind of the gunas. So this kind of approach, either we call it moksha, or we call it in the case of Buddhism, enlightenment, or the Buddhatva Prapti. So that is kind of culmination of personal effort, but in that very concept and in that very approach, it is not for one's individual kind of happiness or something like that, but the very concept of Bodhisattva is attaining enlightenment for the purpose of all the sentient beings. So there is an inclusion of every sentient being without leaving even an insect or whatever, the tiniest kind of being. So for the benefit of all these sentient beings, I would like to attain enlightenment or Buddhatva, so that I can benefit them at the most beneficial manner. So this is how the mentality is, and then accordingly, even when they are practicing marga avastha, even they are already on the path, this is the approach, with this kind of approach. For this approach, Buddha has given a very profound philosophical kind of thought, principle of pratitya samutpada. The pratitya samutpada is the interdependent, the interdependence of phenomena of life, or whatever we have in front of us, either the person himself or herself, or the object, subjectively and objectively, everything is interdependent. And that kind of perspective is to be developed because all our perceptions, all our actions and behaviors and our relation, everything is based on our perception. If our perception is something out of the way, then that has a deep impact, a negative impact. Whereas if we have a impact, we have a perception of the reality as it is, then that will have a very significant impact on our mentality and on our spiritual and on our psychological perspective. And that is why in Buddhism we have a Vaibhashika school, Sautantrika school, Vijnanavada school, and Madhyamika school. Each of the school interprets interdependent pratitya samutpada in a little bit different way, in such a manner that ultimately the Madhyamika understanding is regarded to be the culmination of all the thoughts. And then on the other hand, with the development of such a perspective, then the result of such a development is to to develop or to navigate, to regulate our emotions in the right manner. So in these kind of perspectives, if we see when we are talking about the East and West, in Buddhism, as I said, the philosophical, development has, taken place in a very sound and, in a very finest way with the interaction of the different schools of thoughts. So in the West, when we talk about the quantum physics, the Raja Ramanna, one of the India's very fine, renowned scientist, he said that in the West, the quantum physics is a very late kind of development, but in India, it has been already conceived more than 2,000 years back. The quantum physics, the interdependent nature, and everything dissolves into particles, and even the subatomic particles also dissolves with the observation. So therefore, on the one hand, the material world's development in the West has culminated into such a kind of fantastic productions of technology and things like that, which we should appreciate, because it has made lots of contribution to humanity in terms of medical field, in terms of transformation, in terms of information that we are all using at the moment, in terms of light and the public PA systems and the communication systems and air conditioning and everything we are using. At the same time, we have also lots of things to contribute to them. So I would like to say that we should have a more inclusive approach rather than exclusive, we and they and I and you. So long as our own tradition tells about shunning we and I and you and we and they as different kind of sections, divisions, rather to take them all as a one family. So with this kind of approach, if we go further, then that will be much more productive. And also, if we consider our own tradition, particularly in the Indian tradition, then the tradition is not just the scripts, not just the scriptures. The scriptures that we have, huge scriptures that we have, they are not traditions. The traditions are associated with the knowledge system. And the knowledge system is also not just the complete tradition. There is a spiritual tradition associated with that knowledge system, and that has to be, preserved, and that has to be seen in the life of the person, and that has to be seen in the life of the society. Only then we can call that we are preserving that, right? Not only the knowledge, but also the spirituality, which should be reflected in our daily life. Then only we can claim that we have such a rich tradition. Of course, we do have a rich tradition, but that tradition should not be just confined to a small group of people, but it should be spread as much as possible, which are the karuna, maitri, and the very profound philosophy of perceiving the universe and perceiving the person himself or herself. In that context, how we can develop the perspective of inclusive approach. If we have an inclusive approach, shunning out we and they and me and you, then we can become unified, as we have been quoting, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and all sentient beings as one kind of unit of a community. So then only we can, really make a contribution to the universe, and also we can make a contribution to our own society, because this kind of segregation of the communities are not very kind of, sound way of preserving our own tradition. Our own tradition always suggests inclusive approach. So therefore, I think West and East should work together as a human, community, helping each other, contributing to each other. In this case, I think His Holiness the Dalai Lama has made a very, very significant, contribution to the science, to the Western world, to Western, modern science. The modern neuroscientists have started studying in the last 30 years, 2-3 decades. He has been having interaction with the top neuroscientists and neuropsychologists, and as a result, now the emotional regulation, mindfulness studies, and lots of studies are being done in these fields. And lots of studies and results have come out, as you have heard about, neuroplasticity and many epigenetics and things like that, which are now scientifically proven to be, to teach how to regulate emotions and how to control negative emotions and how to develop positive emotions, which can be taught in the schools. And now, on the basis of his thought, more schools in more than 100 countries have adopted the C learning, which is social, emotional, and ethical learning, and which is certainly is not based on a particular religion, but it is based on the scientific research, based on the reality of the objective, the world and the subjective world, the mind. So I think we should go with such an inclusive approach. Then only we can, as a human community as a whole, we can work together and go further to make this globe and humanity a happy kind of place to live. And with this, I would like to thank, because our chairman has been looking forward some interactions at the end. So I won't take much of your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Geshe Sampton. I think Geshe has made some very valid points, and I think we need to look at the dichotomies that he would want us to avoid, particularly between East and West. But I think unless we try and understand the dichotomies per se, we cannot move forward. That could be another way of looking at it. But I do appreciate, at the end of the day, what we need is an inclusive approach. Now, inclusive approach would mean that we look at the spiritual ethos, the reflective traditions of India, the Sanatan Dharma per se, which says that spirituality itself, understanding of the cosmic reality per se, will liberate one. The knowledge tradition is so very important. Sa vidyaya vimukte, that Vishnu Puran spoke about. I think that is the crux of building the bridges between different thought processes that we need to look into. I have my, the last, but certainly not the least, scholar who's known for his erudition. He has built the Center of Culture in Flame University. I have the privilege of inviting Professor Pankaj Jain.
Hope this works. Thank you, ma'am. With the great memories of the previous Dharma Dhamma conference at Nalanda University, many of us were there. So pranam to all, and to ma'am and everybody. Thank you to Madhav Sahab and the team of India Foundation, especially Siddharth ji, who have been single-handedly conducting so many things, and of course with this team. Thank you so much. When we think of Eastern humanism, we have heard so much on Hinduism, obviously, from the Vedas and Upanishads and so on. But when we say East, I think we should at least mention one line about the traditions of Japan and China also. In Japan, the dominant tradition, at least the half of the Japan does follow Shintoism. So if we translate Shintoism into humanism, it would be probably called in Indian languages Shinvad, right? Or Kamivad. Kami means Shin, Shin means the local deities present in every tree, river, mountain, pretty much similar to Advaita Vedanta idea of India. Similarly, if we look at China, the Taoism or Taovad in Indian language would be incomplete without the local deities that they worship in thousands and thousands of temples or shrines across China, right? But as Japan and China developed into 21st century, can we see there any reflection of these local deities or Taoism or Shintoism in their rapid economic progress? Probably not. I think, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, they have distanced themselves from their own native traditions in the pursuit of rapid economic and technological progress. That's the story about China and Japan. Japan in very, very short time, because time is very limited. Now, if we come to India, which has been the focus for most of us in my own humble way also, at least until recently, if I can summarize, it seems like India has not been able to forget about its indigenous traditions, even as it now rapidly progresses in terms of economic and technological advancement. We have heard so much about Hinduism, and we'll continue to hear about Hinduism more and more, and also Buddhism. But if we now, in terms of Jainism, its contribution to continuing the Indic consciousness in the modern Indian context, this is what I'm going to present now. How does Jainism's idea, so if we translate Jainism's idea into humanism, probably we can say, and Buddhism and Charvak included, as all our learned colleagues would definitely agree, that the Gnostic tradition of the Indian philosophy, Charvak, Buddhism, and Jainism, they all rejected God or Brahman or Vedas, right? So Buddhism, that is Buddhavad or Charvak, also are Gnostic, but Jainism is also Gnostic. So in that way itself, these three can be called as extra special humanistic traditions. Why? Because they completely rejected God itself. There is no God, there is no Paramatma, there is no Brahman in Buddhism, Jainism, and Charvak. So that seems to elevate human into a great pedestal, because there is no higher pedestal than human. Humans are the ultimate focus for all three, Charvak, Buddhism, and Jainism, right? So Jainism, so what does Jainism say about this humanism? Is that Atma itself, when it attains liberation, becomes Paramatma. So that is the ultimate definition of, again, humanism, because human itself is being given so much respect, so much attention, so much focus, that it has the potential to become Paramatma when it attains jinhood or jinnaness or tirthankarhood or moksha. Now that idea of humanism in Jainism, how does it reflect in the environmental consciousness that India seems to still preserve as it rapidly progresses? We are sitting in Madhya Pradesh, a state, even with rapid, amazing highways that we have all used, coming from Indore or wherever, just, half an hour drive and you will be in the middle of forest, in the middle of nowhere. When we were at Nalanda, I requested all the guests to not miss the chance to go to Pavapuri and other great places around Nalanda last time when we met. Similarly, I request that we all should go to Bhimbedka caves. We see humanism and spiritualism spread for hundreds of thousands of years. 1,00,000 साल पहले के चिन्ह आज भी मौजूद है उन caves में, rock shelters में. Similarly, Sanchi Stupa that will go tomorrow, I think, as organizers have told us. So in this zeal to develop economically, technologically, Madhya Pradesh seems to be the hallmark of preserving the environment as it progresses rapidly with its highways and so on. Now, coming to my presentation, any topic that we discuss in India or any part of the world, we cannot ignore what Western scholars have been saying about it, our tradition. So if we come to this Rudolph's interesting phrase called imperialism of categories. She summarizes that Max Weber called the West agentic, while East is simply fatalistic. क्या होगा जो किस्मत में लिखा वही होगा. Right? That's a stereotype about the East. Talcott Parsons said, in the West you achieve status by achievement, in the East status by birth. Janam se. John Stuart Mill said, West is mature, East is childlike. So these are the very strong stereotypes that still persist even in contemporary time as West perceives the East. So that kind of imperialism of categories also applies to environmentalism. How? When Yale University conducts an environmental survey, it puts India at one of the bottom countries. There is no hope, apparently, when it comes to environmental situation in India. So look at this index. In 2018, it said India is at 177. To me, that is an imperialism of category, imperialism of environmentalism also. Right? So to counter that, now thankfully there are good signs from the West, within the West itself. This is the survey conducted by National Geographic magazine. This survey put India at the top, the greenest economy in the world, even more than China or Australia or Canada or Brazil. So two perspectives, one imperialistic, one non-imperialistic. How? Because in this survey, they looked at the cultural practices of India. Why India, even though rapidly progressing, still has one of the least consumption of the meat, or one of the least density of ownership of cars. Even though Indians could afford cars for many people, but even today, Indian car ownership is less than China or Indonesia and many other countries. Even if people own the cars, they would prefer carpooling or bicycling, walking, or public transport. Similarly, meat. Easily one could afford meat with so much wealth in India now. But by choice, Indians would not consume meat. That was studied by that National Geographic survey that I showed you in the previous slide, and also a renowned environmentalist and scholar Ramachandra Guha and John Martinez Elier came up with their book, in which they termed these cultural practices translated into environmentalism as empty belly environmentalism. Now, that is again a loaded word. Empty belly means, even though many people may not have enough to eat, and here we are talking about environmentalism. But the empty belly environmentalism means that to become environmentalist, you don't have to write columns in New York Times or enact new laws. By one's practices itself, but by one's choice of food and so on, one can be environmentalist. Vegetarianism and minimalism. Minimalism is what Jainism called thousands of years back, aparigraha, right? Reducing one's carbon footprint by choice, by conscious living. All right, those are some of the ideas that I traced in my first two books, looking at the Hindu tradition more closely, specifically focusing on the Bishnoi community and Swadhyaya community and some communities in Uttarakhand. So those were my focus there. But coming back to Jainism, if you look at Jain cosmology, right? So ultimate, at the final frontier of the universe is where the jinnas, or the people who attain moksha, they are living in the Siddhashila, right? Now between Siddhashila, let me show you by cursor, if I can get a cursor. I'm not sure. Anyway, so in the middle is the earth where humans are living. So we are all present in the middle of the universe right now. And between the earth and the Jinnahhood, Siddhashila are the heavens. And under the earth are the hells. So the center of the universe, in a way, for Jain cosmology, is earth. So that again can be seen as a focus on humanism. Humans are the center. There is no other God or Paramatma looking at the universe, and there is nobody judging our actions. But by our own actions, by our own karmas, we can either rise up to heaven and ultimately go to gain moksha and reach the Siddhashila, or by our negative action, negative karma, we can fall to one of the lower hells, which are under the earth in this cosmology. Then this entire universe is also connected by Punarjanam, the reincarnation. So that karma cycle connects all the beings in the universe by Punarjanma, and so one's past can be somebody else's future and so on. So that again takes the idea of Atma or soul and connects all the beings in the universe, and that makes it interconnected. Now, this humanism also reflects in Jain taxonomy. So Jainism has categorized all the beings on the earth, all the beings in the universe, loka is the word, Indian term, into 5 categories. So in the first category are only touch-only beings. Which are the touch-only beings? That is earth-bodied beings. Earth has the soul in Jain cosmology. Water has a soul. Fire has soul, and air also has soul. So fire was also imagined as living. So earth-bodied beings, water-bodied beings, fire-bodied beings, and air-bodied beings are all touch-only. Nigodas is also touch-only, single cell, and plants are also touch-only. So for human consumption, Jainism allows and recommends that we consume minimum of earth, minimum of water, minimum of fire, minimum of air, and plants. So from Jain perspective, minimum of light should be on in this room. Why so many lights? Because light or energy are reflection of fire. So from Jain perspective, we are committing a lot of violence, as even in this room. So if we come to the last row here at the bottom, so humans are equated with other mammals. Humans are equal to gods and demons, and humans are equal to even reptiles and birds. So for human survival, humans are not allowed or not recommended to kill any other bird or reptile or mammal for their survival. Of course, you cannot approach God or demon living on the earth, so you cannot kill a god or demon, but you can kill bird, reptile, or mammal for human survival. So those are all equal sin. So to kill a human being would be equal to killing any other mammal or reptile or bird. So this is the Jain logic to propagate and practice vegetarianism. This comes from Jain text called Jiva Vichar Prakaranam, written by Shanti Suri in 11th century CE, and more recently summarized by Professor Chappell in his book Jainism and Ecology, which is where I got. And then in the middle are the 3 other categories of touch and taste and smell and see and so on. But what most relevant for us is why exactly Jains propagated vegetarianism. This is what I want to do, summarize here. Now, Jainism also is called as a AAA religion, or AAA tradition, or dharma. Right? Ahimsa, aparigraha, and anekantvad. Ahimsa we all have discussed so much already. Aparigraha is non-accumulation and minimalism. And anekantvad, pluralism, accepting everybody's thought. I can get into more detail, but I think in the interest of time, I'll skip further. And so, humanism and Jainism is most significantly emphasized by that human potential and human accomplishment by the Tirthankaras. They were all born as regular princes in regular families, in royal families. But as they encounter any violence to animal or snake or so on, they are filled with compassion and this passion towards worldly beings. And they renounce their life and start doing extreme penance, extreme austere practices, and they achieve moksha, and then they propagate their teachings. This is the role model for Jains. So there is no, once again, there is no Paramatma or God or that is directing anybody. But humans themselves can achieve this extreme accomplishment that becomes role model for the rest of the community. That again shows the humanism in these Tirthankaras. Now coming to householders, Jain householders. Everybody is not an ascetic, even in Jain tradition. So householders, grahas, when they are living in this world, how exactly they are earning their wealth? Jains are some of the wealthiest communities in India and even now in America. Right? So what exactly Jains have been doing? Even as they accumulate wealth, right, they are somewhat doing a lot of parigraha also, forgetting one of their principles. But even in their earning of wealth, in the pursuit of their wealth, they will consciously avoid professions that have tangible violence. Of course, intangible violence we cannot really avoid, but most of the professions that you find even today, Jains perceiving or practicing, you will see them doing. You'll see most Jains in trading, banking, commercial activities, clerical activities, diamond trade, traditional medicines, arts and crafts, government or ruler, manufacturing, publishing, media, and education. Least tangible violence. Right? But the tangible violence in these professions, Jains would always avoid. You won't see Jains doing charcoal trading, timber trading, carts, pulling animals in carts, or alcohol trading, slaves trading, weapons trading, poison trading, sugarcane or seeds, fire, or even lake construction, because those are more violent professions from Jain perspective. So again, once again, I think it reflects that humanism translated into ecology and minimal violence. Then I could compare these ideas with Brian Sim's cosmology. I could also compare with Thomas Berry and David Abram, but in the interest of time, I would skip them. And come to now 19th century Jain guru that influenced Mahatma Gandhi, and Mahatma Gandhi lived by these principles. Once again, these are very well known, but we can discuss further. Many of these principles Gandhiji mentioned in his own autobiography that he learned from Srimad Rajchand, and that became his role model for the. Goes from Mahavira to Mahatma, that Mahavir Jain, 24 Jain Tirthankar Mahavir to Mahatma Gandhi. That influences Dr. Martin Luther King, who comes to Mumbai and goes to Mani Bhavan and gets inspired and takes that non-violence message to the US. And then Mandela. So Jainism non-violence can be seen as a tradition of the three recent M's, Mahavir to Mahatma, Martin, and Mandela. And so that is what I would summarize with. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Jain. That was, I think, one of the keystones of the reflections that we've been having on Eastern humanism, because Professor Jain has again focused on man being at the center. Humanism and spiritualism fuse into each other. And I think that is very significant, the ecological dimension. I think it's very important here to remember that Atharvaved has 63 sukt on Bhumi, Bhumi Sukt it's called. And look at the alarming, consonance with what is happening today, the ecological crisis that we have today. I think it's a very relevant study for youngsters to take up and look at it from the perspective of Jainism that he has focused on. I will reserve my very brief comments to a little later on. I would now invite some questions, maybe 2 or 3. If we have any comments to make or questions, can we be very brief? And any scholars, students who would like, yeah, Professor. Can a mic go around, please? The organizers.
Thank you very much, madam. And just now, I was very happy to hear all these deliberations. Andre Tarente, Lama. But while presenting, Professor Jain very clearly said that Charvaka, Buddha and Jaina are Nastikas. But actually, Astika, those who believe, Asti. Asti means what is Asti? What is existing? Those who believe something is existing, that means next life is existing, karma is existing, they are all Astikas. So in this, that is the original meaning of Astika word. And with this meaning, except Charvaka, all darshanas are Astika darshanas in my view. And particularly when you take about the Jainism, great Kunda Acharya and Shvetambara, Digambara, Parampara, how can you just simply say that they are Nastikas? And also, if you speak about the great Buddhism, Acharya Nagarjuna, Asanga, the Shantideva, and the Buddhist great tradition, how can you simply say that they are just Nastikas? So, earlier...
Got it, sir. Got it. Agreed.
No, I also say something. Earlier, there was Shastric debates. So, they were always kept in Purvapaksha, but we should not have the habit of always saying that they are just Purvapaksha only, we are Uttarpaksha. It's not appropriate, I think, and they are also Astikas. Except in Charvakas, because Charvakas very clearly said that Yavat Jivet, Sukham Jivet, Runam Kurtva, Ghrutam Pibet, Bhasmi Bhutasya Dehasya, Punaragamanam Kurtaha. They very clearly said that again there is no next life. But not the Buddha and Mahavira. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the questions and then can we have, no, there's one, yeah, please go ahead, Professor Jha.
Thank you. I have just 2 clarifications from Professor Samtenji and Professor Jain. From Professor Samtenji, I just want to have clarification that you said everything is interdependent. Then what about interrelationship? First. And from Professor Jain, as per your lecture, it is a man-centric universe. And Western's position is also anthropocentric. So what is difference between man-centric and anthropocentric?
We'll take one more question here and then to the lady. Okay. We'll come to you.
Well, thank you very much to the whole panel. Brought number of issues, very interesting. I will not go into the details, but I'll just point out 2 points. One to Professor Jain and one to the lady from Mauritius. Actually, you have talked about economic, spiritual development, the notion of development from the economic point of view, and bringing spirituality. Actually, in last 2 decades, a lot of work has been done in this area, and based on Buddhist texts, the Buddhist economics have been developed. So I think we have to look into that, and that can play a very vital role in this thing. So you are very right in pointing out and bringing this issue on the floor, and I suppose we all should look into it, how Buddhist economics can help, especially the countries where Buddhism is so prevalent. So that's one thing. The second is to Professor Pankaj Jain. This is also to draw your attention to I mean, you said that in your view, Shintoism in Japan and Taoism in China has been distanced. I mean, they have been distancing themselves from their own tradition. So that's not true. There is a return of religion in these countries also. So in China, for example, lay Buddhism, in last 2 decades has become so prevalent through all sorts of technologies, use of technologies. It's actually entering into every home of a Chinese family. So, and same is about Japan. So I think we have to look into that too. Thank you.
One more question from this side. Yeah.
So I just wanted to add some commentary to Professor Jain. So since we have Russian people here, I understand that Gandhi took his pacifist ideas from Tolstoy, and Tolstoy took them from the American pacifist, right? So it's a funny thing because Gandhi belongs to a Jain tradition. He was educated in South Africa and England. So this idea of ahimsa goes to Russia, then goes to America, then goes to Gandhi, then goes back to India. It's a very fine example of interdependence. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we'll start with Professor Jain. Brief answers.
Yes. So Gandhi, of course, was a cosmopolitan, great student and scholar and practitioner and leader of our contemporary world. So he did from John Ruskin and Leo Tolstoy, H.D. Thoreau. H.D. Thoreau learned from Indian philosophy and so on. Yeah, I completely agree. Man-centrism and anthropocentrism. I love the word that you use. I didn't say man-centric, I said human-centric, but sir, Ramnathji, you said man-centric, and I agree with that. Because Jainism and Buddhism both are asceticism-focused traditions. They did privilege men at the expense of women. Like Professor Mukherjee also showed in her presentation. Tomorrow we'll see from other presentations also. So I agree with you, which is a big problem, of course, in today's gender or woke culture-based society that we live in. Coming to your question, anthropocentric and man-centric, that's the word you used. Anthropo, I think, most likely comes from the Greek word anthropos, which means humans, which elevates humans at the expense of God. Right? It becomes completely secularized in terms of we can use this ecological resources at any cost. That extreme of anthropocentrism is leading us to nuclear wars and climate change and whatnot. That never happened in Indian traditions. Right? Indian traditions, specifically Jainism that I spoke on, even though that was human-centric or man-centric, it did see the same element of Atmavad, like Atmavad, if we can translate into that. That's soul or divinity, what Vedanta would say divinity, was also present in fire. So itni lights kyun on hai? Let's reduce the consumption of fire. Pani, in water also, same soul. So we cannot misuse water. We cannot abuse forests. Right? So that is the difference. Then what else? Ma'am said, yeah, of course, religion is coming back in a big way in China. Of course, ma'am, I was in Beijing for a week and I saw everything. What I was meant, in my humble opinion, ma'am, 2 cents, if I can add, is that the economic pursuit, ma'am, that China and Japan took, that seems to be almost blindly following American model of capitalism, which is not really revering every particle in the universe. In my opinion, you can have your own opinion. I have my own opinion. That's what I was saying. Anything else? I think I covered. And yes, so yeah, I think I responded to all the comments.
Professor's question about, Pradit Samudvadi, interrelation itself. You see, the interdependence itself is a very profound and very sophisticated. When we talk, see from the perspective of causality, then it is more grosser, the level of interdependent nature. When we talk about the anchi bhava, interrelation, then that is a little bit subtler, but not that subtle. But when we talk about everything is, dependent on language and concept, then it becomes very, subtle. But when we talk about interdependence, interdependent nature is a property of any phenomena. So when it is a property of phenomena, it is dependent on the basis, because the basis is the holder of the property, and the interdependence itself is. But when we talk about interdependence itself, then it becomes the basis, and also it has its own property also. That is why we have shunyata, and this concept keeps on going, right? And also would like to reply or respond to the concept of Nastikas. From the Buddhist side, Charvaka is a Nastika, because as you rightly said that there is no concept of Punarjanma, right? But Buddhism and Jainism being Nastika is not claimed by themselves, but is designated by other schools, Vedic schools and Astika schools, in terms of who believes in the Veda as the foundation, the source of knowledge and the source of everything. So since these two schools do not believe, do not, regard the Vedic as the source of entire knowledge, so they are regarded by other schools, the other schools as Nastikas. They do not claim as Nastikas. Thank you.
I would like to thank Professor Asha Mukherjee for her very constructive comments. That would be very helpful to me, as I have embarked on this project of transdisciplinary study with philosophy, transdisciplinary economics, as I said, and sustainable development. So for now, I have been focusing on the Advaita Vedanta aspect of it, but your input regarding Buddhist ethics and economics would surely be part of that project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We had, I have another 2 or 3 minutes, and I will take this time to share my views. But before that, let me very briefly sum up what my very eminent panelists had to say this morning. We started with Professor Sampton, who spoke about ahimsa, humanism in the context of ahimsa in Theravada and Mahayana Sutras. And then we had the economic model that needs to be recreated, as my panelists had to say, where she was talking about how dharmic traditions could be the touchstone for the growing materialistic values. We also had Professor Sampton talking about the shift from global to local identities, let me put it that way, where inclusive approach is perhaps the only way to move forward. And of course, we had a very interesting presentation by Professor Jain, which did raise a few questions, but I think that's how we need to look at reflective traditions. So humanism and spiritualism fuse into each other. And I thought it's very important to look at own knowledge traditions, as I call them reflective traditions, as a beacon of hope for the new era. If you're looking for solutions, I think it's a beacon of hope. I think we need to discuss more. We need to have a roadmap ahead through the Eastern humanism. That's point number one. And that leads me to something that I've been thinking a lot about, and that is to cultivate the discipline of respect, mutual respect for all communities. You know, when we talk about anekantvad or our own syncretic culture, you know, it's important that we look at our own integral humanism or humanistic values that rests on the foundations of collaborative ethos per se. And that is where man and the socio-economic paradigms have to be combined, and it should be for the benefit of society. So spirituality per se stems from Vedas, and that's what Geshe just said, and I agree with that completely. When we look at Eastern humanism, I think it stems from the Vedas, and man needs to elevate himself. That's what chapter 6 Bhagavad Gita, Krishna, when he says, Udharet Atmana Atmano, you know, he says, has the potential, and one needs to elevate oneself. That is where one needs to elevate and merge into the oneness of everything, because that defines Eastern humanism. That's one idea that I was thinking about. The other being that in today's materialistic world, we need to rise above the self per se. And I think Indian ethos has been very clear on this. If we look at Kabir, had very significantly said somewhere, Jab main tha tab hari nahi, ab hari hai to main nahi. That's how do you conquer. When you have the spiritual ethos, man needs to elevate himself and also somewhere erase his ego. And I think that's where the welfare for all, which is at the crux of all our Ved, particularly Ajurved, if I, which talks about lokah samast, sukhino bhavantu. I think that's very important. We need to remind ourselves that Eastern humanism and Eastern philosophies coalesce, they merge, they come together in elevating man. How can we ensure that man needs to understand that he has the potential to rise up to being divine? I think that is very important. With these few views, let me thank everyone. I think we have cultural confluence here, the religious and spiritual confluence, and we've been looking at how do we move forward. And I'm sure the rest of the day, today and tomorrow, there will be more debates and discussions, and I hope there are a few more discussions in the form of questions, which I don't think we've been able to have it the whole of yesterday. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you to the entire panel for such a wonderful session, such an interesting papers were presented. And hence, to felicitate our chair and our panelists, firstly, starting with the chair, I welcome Dr. Anjali Dubey, Assistant Doctor, Sanchi University, to felicitate the chair, Professor Sunaina Singh, ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Nalanda University, Bihar. For felicitation of Professor Andrei Terentev, I welcome Mr. Harish Chandravanshi, Controller of Examination, Sanchi University. For felicitation of Professor Geshu Samton, I welcome Mr. Vijay Dubey, ADPR, Sanchi University. For felicitation of Dr. Vedika Hardoyal, I again welcome Dr. Anjali Dubey. For felicitation of Professor Pankaj Jain, I again welcome Mr. Vijay Dubey. As we conclude the session, there are two announcements. The next session begins at sharp 2 o'clock, the plenary session 4, and the lunch is going to be served at the first floor. So thank you so much for this wonderful session. Thank you, Chair.
life which is very inclusive. Life of other individuals, human beings, other entities, and if you see that continuity, that reflects Bhagavad Gita's view of Vivaktam Vibhaktishu. उसी का देखना है जो सबको एक ढंग से देख पाता है, या पश्यति स पश्यति. So the Dharma view provides a foundation to organize social life, to organize our conduct in various settings, to relate to others, to our environment, and that provides a departure from the Euro-American perspective, which is limited to the mere empirical world. I am not going to talk about the problems with our academics, where the empiricism has led to a lot of problem in terms of repetitive work, and there is very little theorization, there is very little progress in terms of knowledge and understanding. So, jnana vijnana sahitam, it should be realized, it should be experienced. I think that is very crucial. And I must say that the word dharmic is often used in a derogatory sense. But in reality, in principle, in theory, in conceptualization, one who is dharmic is the most respected person. He should be respected because he maintains a relationship which allows life to other individuals, other beings. You grow and others also grow. So that provides a perspective. We need to elaborate the dharmic perspective as a paradigm for our studies, organizing our activities. I think with relationship, the relationship of dharma with institutions is also very crucial. Institutionalized religion is one thing, but the institutions of dharma have been very different. For example, we have the institution, you may call it, marriage. Again, I am not going to the details of that, but the kind of relationship which is there is of very different kind. It has greater value, which provides a foundation for a way of life where there is connectivity, respect, care, and many other things. Perhaps it's not appropriate to elaborate the point, but the whole idea of family as viewed in the dharmic perspective, which is reflected in the lifestyle present in India and many so-called collectivist cultures as compared to the individualist cultures where individual is the focus. Everything is viewed from the perspective of individual. But here, you need to think about the other. Atmaupamya. You need to think that something is good for you. You should think that that should be the basis to develop relationship and to react to other individuals. If you have pain, the other person will also have pain, and then you should behave according to that. And I think if I go to Bhagavad Gita, one word which I have encountered very frequently, most frequently perhaps, is yukta. It has come 25 or 30 times and emphasizes that you should be connected. Yoga also talks about that, and one should be remembering that how to relate to the environment in a balanced way is the challenge. The conditioning which takes place is the problem. And how that conditioning should be, overcome is the challenge for yoga and it is also a challenge for others also. And it is not to disregard action. Karma is very important, but you need to think about that the karma should be enjoyed, and karma is always better. Of course, there are different kinds of karmas. So, continuity in life, the principle of karma, considering others as important, organizing life within the framework of dharma provides answer to the problems of the pandemic, problems of pollution which is taking place, because we don't recognize others, we recognize ourselves. Recently I came across a book, The Curse of Self, written by a psychologist from Yale University. So the kind of independent model of self which has been proposed, which has been accepted, which is the foundation for modern psychology within the Euro-American tradition, and which has been transported to almost the entire world, is problematic. So, a departure from that place and looking towards dharma as a model provides an opportunity to reorganize our life. And this view is pro-life, and it should receive due attention in almost all areas, whether it is management or organization or political leadership. If you have dharma as a basis, I think many problems will be solved. It requires more elaborate discussion, and I see there are many colleagues who have to make presentation. So I will close here, and again I will recite one simple verse from Upanishads, a mantra. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvushavai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mishra, for this wonderful discourse, and especially highlighting the difference between chaos and cosmos. Another important thing which he pointed to was, most of the times it is Indian philosophical tradition is being charged, or there is a big objection against it, that it is otherworldly. It's otherworldly. Now, your presentation makes it very clear how our dharmic tradition, how our Sanatan tradition has taken care of the social order, and in a very logical and scientific way. The way dharmic tradition takes care of all our needs, and especially, we have Nivriti Marg and Pravritti Marg. We have two, Jainism and Buddhism as Nivriti Marg, and we have 6 systems which propagate Pravritti Marg. But interestingly, all of them accept these Panch Mahavrat. And as he rightly is pointed out, all the 4 Mahavrats make no sense unless there is a social order. We are within a social order. We just can't think of these Mahavratas without society. So actually all our systems are addressing the problem of society, individual living in a society. So even if there is Nivriti Marg in Shaman Parampara, it still takes care of our social, family and other institutions which we live in. Now I will invite Miss, I may be pronouncing your name wrong, but just excuse me for that, Nadezhda Buckingham, is that right? Okay. She is head of Asia and Far East Department, the United Regions from Russia.
Намо Буддая, Намо Дharmaya, Намо Сангая. Досточтимые духовные лидеры, уважаемые министры и представители правительства, дорогие участники 7-й международной конференции Dharma Dhamma, пранам всем.
Dear spiritual leaders, ministers, the representatives of governments and participants of the 7th International Dharma Dhamma Conference, pranam to everyone.
Тема 7-й международной конференции Dharma Dhamma очень символична. Восточный гуманизм в новую эру. Как и всегда, на рубеже веков человеческое общество было наполнено ожиданием, что, вступая в миллениум, в новый 21 век, мы обретем более совершенный порядок, стабильность и прогресс, оставим в прошлом страдания экономической турбулентности, войн и конфликтов. В 70-х, 80-х годах прошлого века писатели-фантасты совсем иначе представляли начало 21 века.
The theme of the 7th International Dharma Dhamma Conference is for the new era is very symbolic. On the cusp of centuries, the whole human society was living with expectation that after entering the new millennium, the 21st century, we will acquire a superior order, stability and progress, and leave behind economic turbulence and wars and conflicts. In the 70s and 80s of the last century, science fiction writers depicted the 21st century in a completely different way.
В реальности общество достигло значительного технического прогресса, невероятного размаха достигло материальное потребление и визуальные эффекты. Но как улучшилось качество жизни каждого человека? Оправдал ли миллениум ожидания каждой конкретной семьи?
In reality, our society has achieved significant technological progress. Our material consumption and visual effects have reached incredible level. But how has the quality of life of each person improved? Did the millennium live up to expectations of each particular family?
Бесспорно, общество добилось больших успехов в борьбе с болезнями, но шокирующее загрязнение окружающей среды и стресс больших городов, где все моральные силы людей уходят на конкуренцию, эти факторы отняли у медицины Кубок Победы. Катастрофы и такие новые заболевания, как ковид, принесли огромные жертвы.
There is no doubt that our society has achieved the great success in fighting diseases. However, shocking facts about environmental pollution and stress of big city living, where all our spirit and energy are exhausted in competing, serve as obstacle for modern medicine to win. Many catastrophes and new diseases such as COVID have led to enormous number of victims and losses.
20 век дал миру самое большое количество военных конфликтов за всю историю человечества. Стал ли 21 век безопаснее? Ирак, Израиль, Палестина, Сирия, Ливия, Алжир, Нагорный Карабах, Сомали, Украина, Осетия, Шри-Ланка. И это не полный список. Всего 47 масштабных военных конфликтов, из которых только 11 унаследованы из 20 века. Последние 20 лет люди умножали страдания и принесли много горьких потерь. Я скорблю об этом.
The 20th century was a witness of the largest number of military conflicts in the history of mankind. Has the 21st century become safer? Iraq, Israel, Palestine, Syria, Libya, Algeria, Nagorno-Karabakh, Somalia, Ukraine, Ossetia, Sri Lanka. There is not a complete list of the countries where people greatly suffered. In total, there are 47 large-scale military conflicts, and only 11 of them are inherited from the 20th century. Over the past 20 years, people were greatly suffering and have met hard losses. I am mourning.
Может быть, 21 век станет веком культурного возрождения. Хотелось бы в это верить. Но что мы создаем? Что с гордостью мы оставим нашим потомкам? До сих пор мы превозносим древнее наследие, оставленное великими архитекторами, художниками, философами и правителями прошлого. С трепетом мы смотрим на такие культурные объекты, как колонны Ашоки, храмы Южной Индии и Тибета, египетские пирамиды, с восхищением осознавая, какого колоссального труда, времени и средств Стоило создать эти объекты сотни лет назад.
Will the 21st century possibly be a century of cultural renaissance? I would like to believe that, but what are we creating? What can we proudly leave to our descendants? Nowadays, we still praise ancient legacy left by the great architects, artists, philosophers, and rulers of the past. We look reverently at such cultural objects as the pillars of Ashoka, the temples in South India and Tibet, and the Egyptian pyramids, realizing with admiration what a huge work, time and money was spent to create these objects hundreds of years ago.
Что же 21 век? Видим ли мы правителей, меценатов или сообщества, стремящиеся создать нечто подобное, величественное, вдохновляющее, эстетически прекрасное? Ведь именно сейчас общество располагает куда большими возможностями для творчества и создания культурных ценностей.
What about the 21st century? Do we see rulers, philanthropists, or communities striving to create something similar, which are majestic, inspiring, and aesthetically beautiful as in the past? We all know that right now society has much greater opportunities for creativity and creation of cultural values.
Мы развивались технически, чтобы освободить больше времени и сил для счастливой жизни, но сами стали пленниками прогресса. Разве об этом мы мечтали?
We have achieved technical progress to save more time and energy for a happy life, but we ourselves have become prisoners of this progress. Is this what we dreamt of?
Я хотела бы процитировать одну из моих любимых мыслей Махатмы Ганди. Цивилизация – это такое поведение, которое указывает человеку путь долга. Исполнение долга и соблюдение морали – взаимозаменяемые понятия. Соблюдая правила морали, значит господствовать над своими мыслями и страстями. Поступая так, мы познаем самих себя.
I would like to quote one of my favorite thoughts by Mahatma Gandhi. Civilization is such behavior that shows a person the path of duty. Fulfillment of duty and observance of morality are interchangeable concepts. To observe the rules of morality means to dominate your thoughts and passions, and when we are acting in such way, we know ourselves.
Эти слова, с одной стороны, так просты и лаконичны, но с другой их смысл очень глубок. Замечу, что эти слова универсальны, как для религиозных людей, так и для атеистов. Эти мудрые слова смогли отчасти соединить в себе восточные и западные принципы гуманизма.
On the one hand, these words are so simple and laconic, but on the other hand, their meaning is very deep. I think that these words are universal for both religious people and atheists. These wise words were partly able to combine the Eastern and the Western principles of humanism.
Бхагаван Будда не создал религию в привычном смысле. Он не призвал своих последователей поклоняться чему-либо или превозносить его учение. Говоря современным языком, Бхагаван Будда не создал какого-либо культа или изма.
Bhagavan Buddha did not create religion in the usual sense. He did not call on his followers to worship anything or extol his teachings. In modern terms, Bhagavan Buddha did not create any kind of cult or any ism.
Он предложил миру путь избавления от страданий, опирающийся на 4 благородные истины, на сакральный личный опыт, постижение шуньяты и сложившуюся из этого глубокую философскую систему. Поворот колеса Дхармы – это истинный акт гуманизма по отношению к существам Джамбудвипы. Дхарма и Дхамма – это путь истинной цивилизации.
He offered the world a path to get rid of suffering based on 4 noble truths, on his own sacred experience of comprehending shunyata and deep philosophical system. Turning of the wheel of Dharma is an act of humanity towards the Jambudvipa beings. Dharma and Dhamma is the path of true civilization.
Для меня большая честь находиться сейчас среди уважаемого интеллектуального сообщества, которое собралось со всего мира, чтобы проанализировать этапы и цели создания нового мирового порядка. Несмотря на то, что история показывает нам времена падения и взлетов цивилизаций, каждый из нас находится здесь для диалога ради исполнения общего долга. Настоящее и будущее находятся в наших руках. Желаю всем вдохновения и спасибо за внимание.
It is a great honor for me to be here among honorable intellectual community which came from all over the world to analyze the stages and purpose of creating a new world order. Despite the fact that history shows us the times of the fall and rise of civilizations, all of us are here now for dialogue for the sake of fulfilling our common duty. The present and the future are in our hands. I wish you all inspiration. Thank you for your attention.
Namaste.
Thank you, ma'am. Nikolai Danilevsky, a Russian social scientist, philosopher, eminent thinker for philosophy of culture, long back wrote that the next century, the leadership of culture, leadership of social culture especially, is going to go to Asia. The dominance of Europe and America will be diminished. He of course said it will be Russia which will lead. I mean, it's a natural thing for him to say, but it seems Dharma tradition is going to take that kind of leadership because it's coming from you also, that it's really the richness of Dharma tradition, that all comprehensive conception of universe which is going to lead us in the next century. Thank you so much. Now I invite Ms. Neera Mishra ji. She is founder, trustee, and chairperson of Draupadi Dream Trust, India. She is a social entrepreneur, and this trust, of which she is a chairperson, is founded on Vedic principles. So we expect your guidance on many things now.
Sort of a barrier, but anyway, I will try to be a little fast. है प्रीत जहाँ की रीत सदा, मैं गीत वहाँ के गाती हूँ, भारत की रहने वाली हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाती हूँ. यहाँ काले गोरे का भेद नहीं, हर दिल से हमारा नाता है. कुछ और ना आता हो हमें प्यार निभाना आता है. इतनी ममता नदियों को भी यहाँ माता कह के बुलाते हैं. अरे इंसान तो क्या, यहाँ पत्थर भी पूजे जाते हैं. इस धरती पे मैंने जन्म लिया, ये सोच के मैं इतराती हूँ, भारत की रहने वाली हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाती हूँ. नमस्कार, honored scholars. I am not a scholar, I am a student emeritus of ancient civilization and culture. So if I make any mistake in trying to analyze the Bharatiya Sanskriti and Sabhyata, do forgive me. First of all, I'd like to extend my hearty thankfulness to the India Foundation, Sri Ram Madhav ji, Sri Kom Carpenter ji, and Siddharji for their support in giving us an opportunity to share our views, which we have been working for the last 20 years. I'd like to thank Sanchi University, especially Dr. Nija Gupta-ji, Nija Gupta-ji, for again hosting us and giving us this opportunity. As Madam has already said, the Draupadi Dream Trust, which I'm representing, is actually working on two verticals: empowerment of knowledge at every level. In our Sanskriti, there are two dans which are considered the best. One is Gyan Dan and one is Anna Dan. So we do Gyan Dan, and our second vertical is to create a better understanding and appreciation of ancient civilization and culture. From time immemorial, Bharat has been the beacon of humanism, showing the path in word and deed. My talk will focus on three small aspects. The first is a brief look into the genesis and development of Sanatan Dharma, which encompasses the Eastern humanism. Second portion will talk about glimpses of Vedic, Treta and Dwapar with few examples of actual work and the relevance of these in today's search for new humanism for the new era. The materialism and spiritualism versus concept. I'd like to start by just giving a small introduction. Today we are gathered here talking on this important topic. We would like you to reflect. When the Britishers came here, you know what they did to us? They confined our texts of Itihasa to merely studying them as works of great literature, that is Mahakavya, and secondly, as works of philosophy. So we are now juggling with words of philosophy, but we are losing track of history. Why? People who forget or do not know their history are bound to repeat it. Today we are at this juncture, which is some reflection of what happened in the Dwapar, where rules were broken, governance was failing by certain types of people in the world, and order had to be restored, and a dharma yuddh had to take place. So we are at this juncture. At this juncture, we are talking about our dharma again, because it is very, very relevant. American thinker and author Henry David Thoreau, there's some misprint over here, Thoreau had said, in the great teachings of the Vedas, there is no touch of sectarianism. It is of all ages, climes, and can you just help me out with this? Nationalities, and is the royal road for the attainment of the great knowledge. And the great knowledge is that we are all one. Another American author had said, in the great books of India spoke an empire. To us, nothing small, nothing unworthy, but large, serene, consistent, the voice of an intelligence which in another age and another climate had already pondered and disposed of the questions that exercise us today. The perceived conflict that we see today between materialism and spiritualism has actually led to this big conflict, this concept of not understanding what is Sanatan and not understanding what is Dharma. There was a very interesting introduction by Manya Ram Madhav ji on the Western concept of humanity and humanism and man, the center, etc. A very simple example of our Sanskriti will tell us, in our family we have a dadi, we have a nani, we have a bua, we have a nanad, we have a devar, we have a jade. Now when we say these words, we at once know what is the relationship between each of us. In other words, we have respect for every human being. We recognize the identity of every human being. We recognize and we give them roles and responsibilities of every human being. So the relationship between each individual connects with a responsibility, with a duty, and that generates love and affection. Materialistic traits of spiritualistic Panchala in the Vedic age is an article that was very well presented at one of our conferences in 2003 by Professor A.K. Sinha of Rohilkhand University. And there we learned how in the ancient Vedic times there was still this conflict between materialism and spiritualism, and how they did Shastrat and they overcame these simple problems. So today we are gathered for this Shastrat only. Now this whole dialogue between the very well explained dialogue actually explains all these truths. Now the genesis, I'd like to just dwell on the genesis of the humanism. Please remember, we all have heard with eminent scholars, I'm no match to them, but we all know a simple fact. Prakriti was the genesis of our Sanskriti. We believed in Prakritic, core Prakriti of the individual, core Prakriti of the universe, the trees, the plants, the rivers, everything. And that gave rise to our Sanskriti, and that gave rise to, because the laws of Prakriti are eternal. So our Sanskriti is called Sanatan. And that Prakriti gives us the identity, and we find this commonality between the South Asian countries. And when I'm talking Southeast Asian, because my work is focused on the Jambu Deepa, so that's why I'm talking in generic terms of Southeast Asia. The developments of the Sabhyata and Sanskriti has roots in deep research, the tapasya of our rishis, and into the Brahman, the Prakriti, and the universal eternal laws. These combined with the Anubhav that gave rise to our Adhyatma for centuries has evolved our Adhyatma. These universal principles of the tangible and intangible universe very well synchronized to create our life systems, our styles, and to this manifests itself in our Sabhyata. The Sanskriti or culture identifies with our identity, our people, our nation as a whole, which we call the Southeast Asian culture. Am I going to the right one? Right. This is done here. So this is all linked relationship between man and nature. They saw the connecting energy between not just the humans and nature, but also the inanimate and animate beings. That's why कहते हैं पत्थर भी पूजे जाते हैं, things on this earth. Thus our sanskar emphasizes and the oneness of all, the animals, the nature, the trees, the plants. Thereby humanism is inherent in the philosophy, the teachings and practices in this part of the globe, and that is steeped in the Sanatan Sanskriti. It is the outcome of the tapasya, as I just said, coupled with selfless work for sustainable and purposeful life of all things on this universe. Now, these developments actually have a geospatial connotation. I'd like to stress on this because I come from the land of Kampilya, and I have studied Kampilya in detail. Very few people probably know about it because we get into generic studies. The Jambu-Deep Bharat-Khand area, the centuries of selfless contribution for a humanistic existence, well documented in our text. I would like to just draw your attention to Kampilya and Bharat was deeply involved in the process. Linked relationship with, this I have already covered, I'm sorry. I'm actually, because of my eye problem, you have to excuse my little 8, 9, yeah, no? Of the evolution of the Sanatan traditions and rituals that connected us all with nature. Now this place is Kampilya. As I said, it was a samrajya in the ancient times and spread. Why I am coming to Kampilya? We will come to Treta and Dwapar and then you will understand the relationship. In the Kampilya Samraj, which in ancient times spread from Saket, that is Ayodhya, to Punjab, that is River Beas, this was considered the land of the Vedas, the Ayurveda, the Karmakand, Upanishads, and we know, besides the Vedas, Upanishads, Brahmanas, Karmakand, Charak Samhita play a very important role in shaping the Bharatiya humanistic approach because they teach us the science of life. Weber opines that the Panchala, when I'm saying Panchala, I'm deliberately saying because people don't remember Kampilya. They are only connected to Panchala, which is a much, much later development. Initially, it was Kampilya. Had the Panchala people, through him, took a leading part in fixing and arranging the text of the Rig Veda. The Mahabharata also credits Galava, again from Panchala, there is Kampilya of the same Gotra with the authorship of the Karmapatha. It is noteworthy that while the Vedas give us the philosophy and the root of the Sanatan Dharma, it is the Charak Samhita, the Ayurvedic book, that explains the science of life for a healthy living. Likewise, the Karmapatha explains the rituals that have brought together man and nature, guiding us not just for good health and techniques, but also for the climate change. That is somebody yesterday told us about the yajna part of it. So all the rituals that were actually embedded in these books made us connect not only with nature, but to live a life in tune with nature. It is the lifestyle guided by such rituals that bring out the compassion for all living beings. Could you play the Shantri mantra, please? Yeah. So here, this very well explained in the Shantri mantra. Of course, we all know it, but it would be nice to have a little sound of that for half a second. It's about just 34 seconds. Can you play the Shantri mantra?
Yo Shantirantariksam Shanti Prithvi Shantirapaha Shantiroshadhaya Shantihi Vanaspataya Shantirvishve Deva Shanti Brahma Shanti Sarvam Shanti Shantireva Shanti Sama Shanti Redhi Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
So it's no use going into the explanation. We all know that we are praying for Shanti for each and every living thing on this universe, including man, including nature. Now, this is a reflection on humanism. Charity and humanism find mention in the oldest books, as I said, the Rig Veda. I won't tell you the chapters, it's all there on this thing. But it very clearly says, may the one who gives shine the most. Then we have so many mantras that are talking about the value of giving. The gods, they say that the gods always bless those who give. The meaning of these mantras are, madam has asked me, so I'm not reading it, but anybody can take the presentation. The man with food in store who, when needy, comes in miserable case, begging for bread to eat, hardens his heart, that man is not considered good. And people who give, they say, he makes a friend who gives, because bounteous is the one who gives into the beggar who comes asking for food. Success attends those who are bountiful, etc. So these are our Vedic principles which have guided us for centuries. The Mahabharata also gives the essence of eternal Sanatan Dharma. And this is the same page, page 18. This one, sorry, The Upanishads, the names are given over there, prescribe the practice of charity and by the householder also. We know these. I will not give examples too much here because, ma'am, what did you do?
If you can please conclude.
The Mahabharata gives the essence of eternal Sanatan Dharma, non-violence, truth, and the conquest of anger and practice of charity. You know the Shanti Parva, the dialogue between Bhishma and Yudhishthir, so well explained. I have given all these references to the chapters, which I will just tell you in the next slide. People do very, very often blame Krishna for the war. Please remember, the world is for peace, Krishna is for peace, until the last moment, he goes all the way from Dwarika to Hastinapur to beg for peace. So, peace was the ultimate goal, but when peace is not attained, Dharma has to play its role in bringing back the peace. Humanism is embedded in the Sanatan, as I've always said. All ancient texts highlight the importance. The Sanatan very well sums up the Sanatan concept of humans in an all-encompassing way. Have we done this? Yeah.
Neeraji.
So now the Kampilya, just finishing in 2 minutes, Kampilya is a nationally protected site, and there you will see the development of these. Now why I'm referring to Kampilya, because the Kampilya kings were known as philosopher kings. These kings were training students in different aspects of Karma Kanda and Ayurveda, and these students were spread across the length and breadth of the globe to spread this knowledge of Sanatan Sanskriti, and they were also the gurus of the kings of Ayodhya and Mithila. So you see the development of the Rama Rajya, the ideal concept of a welfare state that we call the Ram Rajya, actually has its roots here. Another important thing, I will come to the Buddha part next. Then we come to the age of Mahabharata. As I have already said, Madam is asking me to rush. We will give this mantra later on. It is referred in the Balkand of the Valmiki Ramayana that the Kampilya had many Chakravarti rulers. They had Ikshvaku rulers who were the gurus, and they had about 12 Chakravarti rulers. You can just go through the slides. I've given references of all the different rulers also, from Sonaka to Sanjay to Srinjay to Sudas, who were all very, very prominent kings of that place. They were prominent because, as I said, the concept of Ramraj is prevalent from the Treta times until today. Mahatma Gandhi also said Ramraj, the welfare state, the king. Today also we are following that. If you just notice some of the steps that our government takes, that we are wanting the welfare of all the people. Thus we find there is a very important thing, in terms of climate change and upholding Dharma. Ram orders Shatrughan to go and take care of the rishis who are being hindered to do yajna. So we learn the story of Lavana, Danava, and we also learn about the establishment of Mathura at that time. Now the Bhagavad Gita very well enumerates the Purushastras that have already been mentioned. I will not go into that, the Dharma, Artha, Kama and Moksha. But Dharma is the basis for all the other three. And if you go to a village in India even today, the villagers will say, I will go to the Dharma Kata to weigh my goods, then give it to you. So the belief in Dharma is so strong in our part of the country. Dharma stresses the value of Nishwarth Bhakti as objectives and principles of life, and gives us the concepts of karma begets karma, cause and effect, and as you sow, so shall be reaped. So righteousness is emphasized in our Shastras, and Mahabharata is the ideal book for us, they say. In the beginning, it is itihasa. So we have to learn that as history now, not just as philosophy. Number two, whatever is in the Mahabharata is in this world. Whatever is happening here, you can find a reference in the Mahabharata. So let us go back and do a deep research on the humanism in Mahabharata, how it is applied humanism in Mahabharata. It is just not conceptualized as in philosophy, but it is applied. So the Mahabharata Itihas of Dwapar is actually...
Neeraji.
Ma'am, give me just 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, we have two more speakers, please.
I'm finishing. So just show the Shanti Path wala points over here. So we all know about the dialogue Bhishma and Yudhishthir. I will not go. One important example I like to tell you about compassion. In Mahabharata, which very few people would have noticed, I'm talking about Draupadi. Number one, let me tell you, Draupadi in the Sabha part at Indraprasth, there is no mention that Draupadi laughed or she said, Andhe ka beta andha. So please clear your mind that she's not the cause of the war, she was a victim of the war. When at the war field, her children are killed, and Bhishma and everybody bring Ashwathama to her and tell her he deserves death penalty. What does she say? She says, a mother is going to lose a son. I know how a mother feels when a son is lost. I will not punish him kill him because his mother will be hurt. I will punish him in another way. That's the height of compassion at the center of tragedy, suffering. She cares for another woman. This is what is compassion. This is what is needed now, a practical approach to compassion, to empathy, to humanism. So at the end of the day, I would like to again stress that all seers of ancient India, of the Jambu Deep, advocated spiritual pursuits and also a focus on social welfare and compassion for all. And our very famous new slogan, the slogan that the Honorable Prime Minister has given for G20 also, one world, one future, we are all same. So can you just play that last, ma'am, I missed out 5 papers, but doesn't matter. I'm grateful very, very grateful to all of you for giving me a patient hearing. I could not complete quite a few. I'll just say one thing that my mother told me when I was a child. Pothi pad pade pandit bhayo. You know Kabir Das? Pothi pad pad jag mayo pandit bhayo na koi dhai akshar prem ko padhe so pandit ho. Thank you so much. Can you just play that mantra, please, the Kutumbakam, that is the last one.
Namo Namaha Mitrani, Adyatanam Subhasitam. Ayam Nijaha Paroveti Ganana Laguchetasam Udar Charitanam Tu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. अर्थ है यह मेरा है और यह तेरा है। ऐसी सोच छोटे विचार वाले लोगों की होती है। इसके विपरीत उदार रहने वाले व्यक्ति के लिए यह पूरी धरती एक परिवार की तरह होती है। धन्यवाद।
So let us learn from our itihas and let us revisit our itihas and let us find a new meaning to how we can take forward this our compassion, our empathy and the humanism for the new era. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neeraji. You had so much to share with the audience, and I think audience appreciated your effort. But we are obviously we are short of time. There is paucity of time. So, yeah. So, sorry for disturbing you every time. Now we have. We have 2 more speakers. We have Mr. Maris Sangipongas. He was ambassador of Thailand to Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and Nepal. And he is associated with the Bodhi Gaya Jiva Vidyalaya Institute, which is they have in Thailand as well as they have in office in India also now. So they will be presenting, and with him we have Mr. Supachai Verapajog, and both of them will be presenting a video here regarding this institute. So I request you to go ahead. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's taking the floor for the first time. Allow me on behalf of the Secretary General of the Puthakaya Bodhikaya Vishalai Institute Dr. Supachai Virapuchong to join the distinguished speakers to congratulate and to thank the India Foundations and the Sanchi Universities to arrange such a wonderful gatherings of all the scholars and the gurus of Buddhism and several religions. Before we go into our presentations will be given to you the different angle. We are not a guru, we are not professor, but we are the practitioner. We will show you the video that how the institute grabs all of the knowledge, bring all of the teachings of the Lord Buddha and make the applications into everyday life. So you will see that our institute trying to make people to understand Buddhism, promote Buddhism, and on top of that, we would like to see the people to make an application of the Buddhist principles into their life in order to have peace and stability in this world. So, because our institute is very new to all of you, let me play a video clip to show you who are we and what is our objective. Thank you.
Dissemination of Buddhist Dharma is a forthright task inherited from the Lord Buddha to the four classes of Buddhist followers. The work to dissemination of Dharma can be perhaps the most effective tool to concurrently promote global peace and stability. It has attributed a major influence on the existence of Buddhism in Asia and elsewhere for several centuries. Dharma of the Lord Buddha can benefit all walks of life and can truly stop dukkha, or the sufferings of mankind. In 2007, on the special occasion of the 80th anniversary of the then His Majesty King Bhumibol Adulyadej, King Rama IX of Thai Jagri dynasty, the Royal Thai Embassy in New Delhi graciously organized a royal event of Buddhist ordination under the Bodhi tree at the ceremonial marquee at the holy site of the Lord Buddha Enlightenment and the Thai monastery in Bodh Gaya. A group of apprentice monks who have got themselves ordination under the Bodhi tree, entering themselves into Buddhist monkhood and becoming members of Bodhi family, had appreciated the truth of fact that three triple gems can be regarded as an embodiment to hold on to if one wants to acquire wisdom of enlightenment. After disrobing and releasing themselves from monkhood, the Bodhi group of people has jointly created a club called Bodhi Gaya 980 Club to support the work of protection and promotion of Buddhism. Bodhi Gaya 980 Club has financially supported Pratamatud, or the Buddhist Sangha missionary, to travel to the land of the Lord Buddha to cultivate their learning of the principles of Buddhism under the so-called Project to support Thai Buddhist monks to learn and practice the philosophical truth of Buddhism at Puthapum, the land of primary source of Buddhist origin. A couple years later, Pothikaya 980 Club was transformed into a Pothikaya Vichalai 980, a charity institute created for the service of education, promotion, and protection of Buddhism. The institute has named Dr. Supachai Virapuchong as Secretary General. After that, the scope of activities of Bodhikaya Vichalai 980 has been extended to financially cover Buddhist monks from the countries in Southeast Asia sub-region, such as the Lao People's Democratic Republic, Cambodia, and Vietnam, to receive an opportunity to study and practice Dharma philosophy in the Holy Land of the Lord Buddha. Bodhikaya Vichalai 980 has continued its support to create projects related to Buddhism. The institute has clear objectives pertaining itself to the motivation of Buddhist followers to continue their good faith and their belief in Buddhist three triple gems. The institute has put its high efforts, encouraged the learning and the application of Dharma Buddhist practices in many different circumstances. Numbers of projects has been created to serve these particular purposes, such as series of revolving conferences of Dharma talks have been conducted, among others. The presumption of Buddhism that changed the world, relativity between Buddhism and societies, was highlighted as the theme of discussions. The Conference of Reuniting Suvarnabhumi through Buddhism is another project that worth mentioning. This conference was organized to accommodate the leader of Sangha to discuss Buddhist diplomacy. On a larger scale, the International Conference of Buddhism that changed Suvarnabhumi was also organized for the international Sangha societies. The conference was heavily focused on discussion of Dharma that harmonizes societies and leads them to the Golden Land. The other conference on Buddhism that changed Suvarnabhumi, organized by Bodhikaya Vichalai 980, was the discussions on procedures to convert problems into Magga, or the noble truth of the path leading to cessation of dukkha, or sufferings. Countries in Southeast Asia, namely Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam, are Buddhist worshipping countries. Bodhikaya Vichalai 980 has thus originated the project called a Five Nations Dhamma Yatra under the philosophy of where Dharma leads. Peace will prevail for the peacefulness of mankind. The program of Five Nations Dhamma Yatra have been successfully completed twice. The first Dhamma Yatra was conducted in 1917 under the notion of Five Nations Dhamma Yatra, follow the path of noble Sangha of Mekong Basin. The first Dhamma Yatra has been successfully carried out. It was recorded in the history of Southeast Asian region that the success was made by joint efforts and support of the Supreme Sangha and the leaders of the five countries. The second Dhamma Yatra was conducted in 2019. 2 years later, under the notion of Five Nations Dhamma Yatra, Buddhist diplomacy for the global peace and stability. Dhamma views of the second Dhamma Yatra has marked our new history of mankind. It was the history in which Dhamma of the Lord Buddha has brought about the unity to the people of Southeast Asia, regardless of who they are or where they are from. The second Dhammayatra has received valuable support from the leaders of the Supreme Sangha, the leaders of the countries, the local administrations, government officers, private sectors, and the people of the 5 nations of Mekong Basin. Myanmar government has assigned Minister of Ethnicity and Buddhism Affairs and the leaders of Chan State to represent the government of Myanmar and to participate in all activities conducted on the ground with the support of the President of the Federation of Myanmar, Theravada Buddhists. The President of Laos Supreme Sangha and the President of Laos Front of National Construction have rendered strong support to the second Dhammayatra. They organize Buddhist activities along the course of Dhammayatra, conducted on the ground in both Vietnam.
First time ever that Communist Party approved. This is because of the Buddhist, because of the Dhamma. I wanted to say because Dhamma lead us, the way.
Jointly participated in a special
This
activity
is in Luang
of
Prabang
offering.
in Laos.
It was a spectacular event
This is in
Vietnam,
Vietnam, Dien Bien
when
Phu.
the leaders of the government and the leaders of Buddhist Supreme Sangha have extended their full support to Buddhist activities conducted by Bodhigaya Vichalai 980.
First time ever.
It was
that
the first time
government
around
of
in the
Cambodia
history
allow
of Cambodia
our, the foreign organization to organize in front of Angkor Wat. First time ever in the history. And the chairperson is the Somdet Thieban, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, represent Somdet Hun Sen to organize the closing ceremony 3 years ago in front of Angkor Wat.
Bodhigaya Vichalai 980 has also supported the research study on the influence of people's belief in Naga region in relationship with
We did complete the study of the Great Naga in Thailand by Mahachula Rajavidyalaya. Complete. And now we move to Laos and Cambodia. And we plan that if possible, we would like to join register with the UNESCO or those Naga beliefs together according to the Thai Patika for the Buddhist belief.
of local knowledge, wisdom, and the value of ancient cultures of Mekong
This is
Basin.
all the great
with
Naga.
UNESCO,
There are so many
and
families
claim them the
and they all the
world
beliefs
heritage
in the
of
whole
mankind.
Southeast
The rest
Asia. I think the
will
grassroots coming from
highlight
India.
the
This is the
benefits
great
of the
land
joint
that we got
sharing
all
of
the culture,
historical values
religious,
in the
and the
countries of
Dhamma.
Thailand,
You see, 2,300
Laos,
years ago by the
Cambodia,
great king Asoka
Myanmar, and
Maharaj.
Vietnam.
This is we are very proud. And we just organized the Naga Award just last month. First time ever in Mukdahan,
Bodhigaya
the
Vichalai
province along the Mekong
980
River.
has extended the knowledge of
We work
research
closely with
study
Mahachula
into a
Rajavidyalaya. It's the
tangible
biggest
outcome
university in
with the
Southeast
program
Asia
of
for the
Bodhigaya
Buddhism.
Nakatipadi Award.
This is
It
Milam
was
Puchong.
the
It's
first
like my
of
last
its
name,
kind
but
award
it's the name
to
of the
which
great Naga.
honorary
Puchong
individuals
is
of
in the
group
Naga, my
of
last name.
individuals
And Vila
and
is mean brave. It's
organizations
like a brave
who
Naga.
devote
It's
themselves
the symbol.
to the work of support,
And
promote,
our
and
foundation, Vila
protect the
Puchong, is
value of
sponsor all the
Buddhism.
event since 16 years ago. My family. This is just last month that we award to the 11 Guru. See, all the high ranking.
Within 2023, Bodhigaya Vichalai
And now this year we
980
organize,
in
the
concurrence
Dhamma
with other
course
Buddhist
to the top leader.
organizations such
Now,
as
CEO
the World
of the big
Fellowship
company,
of Buddhists
the government
and
people,
Young Buddhist
and the government.
Association of
May I
Thailand
name Deputy Prime
has
Minister
for the
Pravin
last 6 months
from
been
Thailand.
working on
We
the
appointed Permanent Secretary
institutionalization
of the
a
Defense
Buddhist
Ministry
course
to join us the
called
class. Now we would like to change the mindset
Puto
of the leader.
This be
Without the leader, we
paraphrased
cannot change the
to
world.
the
So we need
leadership
to,
in which the
to
principle
give
of
Dhamma to the
Buddhist
leader
ways
first.
are
Otherwise,
being
we keep doing
upheld.
another 100
The
years.
purpose of the course is aimed at
Madam
mentoring
Chairperson,
young
it's difficult
leaders
to make it
of the
success.
societies, the government, political parties,
But everything coming from
and
India. The
entrepreneurial
reason why we set up the
personals to
Bodhigaya because
improve
I was a
their
monk in
towards
India
the ideal
16 years ago.
societies, where
And
morals,
Ambassador Malit also
ethics,
was a
and
monk in India.
righteousness are
So
put
everything
in sight
coming from
by
India.
upholding the
This is
Buddhist way.
our grassroots that I like to show
Bodhigaya
to
Vichalai
everyone.
980 is of a firm belief
And I
that
also was the
attendees
monk in
will
India for
receive
2 times
Buddha's blessing
to practice
to
meditation.
materializing
And now we
their
donate a lot
Buddhist
of
learning.
money in the
They
Buddha
will
Hospital
improve
in
their own
Gaya,
ways of
Kuchinaga,
life and
and also
finally
build
join
up the
hands
meditation
together
center
to move
in
the
Thai
wheels
monastery
of
in
Dharma
Gaya. that owned by the Thai government and built since the 1958 between Jawaharlal Nehru period to asking all the Buddhist countries to join and develop the Gaya. And Ambassador Malik gonna be, the big boss of the course now for the Dhamma course. Ambassador Malik was the ambassador in Nepal when I started the club 16 years ago. He also was ambassador in Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and he also the secretary of Prime Minister Thaksin Shinawatra. This is his job. So we all together join Madam Chairperson for the private sector. I'm the businessman. But because I'm start the business in Indochina country when I'm very young, starting in 1990, I'm talking about 33 years ago when I'm only 27 years old. You say we are running the biggest pharmaceutical factory in Thailand. And after that, we built a hotel, Sofitel in Phnom Penh, in Siem Reap. I also been appointed, to be the one who running the television under the Defense Ministry of Cambodia government. So the world is changing a lot. So that's why I would like everybody here who are very good friend to me to introduce myself, my colleague, my institute, that I believe that Dhamma is the rule, not only for the world, but for the universe. Even the alien, you need to respect Dhamma. Without Dhamma, come on, you're gonna kill each other until you lost your species, believe me. So this is the reason why when I heard from the Indian ambassador in Thailand, so I would like to jump in this boat, because ambassador said about the Prime Minister Modi dream about the century, Buddhist century, right, of Asia. So this is the reason why I'm thinking that I've been working like an ant, you know what I mean, for 16 years, because I was a monk in India. This is create me the life today. Today, I changed my attitude already, Madam Chairperson. I changed my belief now. In the past, I need to fight for the business. I'm the chairman of 15 companies. So many companies under me, 5 hotels, television, golf course, logistic company, pharmaceutical in Vietnam. We have so many business. Everybody said, I'm rich. But when I'm rich, I'm still not happy, Madam Chairperson. So until I learn from India, I see the crescent land, and I dream to invite the monk from 5 countries to join me the dream, because I'm feeling that Palatana tribe is the monk who served the Lord Buddha. So that's why first 6 years, I sponsor the monk from 5 countries to study in India for 4 months between the lunar length. And after that, we go back to our Mekong River Basin to do the mission, to educate the people to people. So that's why when I organize the Dhammayatra, luckily, because I run the business for 33 years, so all the leaders, I know them since 30 years ago. When he was junior, Madam, we are young. But now they all take over the government. So that's why I've been taught by the guru in this great land that if you like to change the world, you need to change the mindset of the leader. Even me, I try my best, but difficult. So that's why every single day of my life, every breath of my life, I always thinking, this is last day of my life. I must do. I must make it. I not talk. I jumping in and deliver and show for myself that what I can success like a businessman. So today, I have so many friends like a big gangster in 5 countries. All the media join me. Sir, you see, Khmer Tham, Lasami Kampuchea, I'm not Khmer, I'm Thai. But I have so many friends in Laos, in Cambodia, in Vietnam, in Myanmar. Why? I can answer to everyone today. And Ambassador can certify to me because of Dhamma only. Dhamma is pure. When you have Dhamma, you bring yourself with your spirit, with Prom Vihan, Metta, Karuna, Mudita, Ubekha, and you practice mindfulness. And I learned this from where? From this great land. So that's why I'm proud to be back to India. This is my 40th trip that I back to India within 20 years. My 40th time. So I'm feeling that, all my brother and sister, I know I'm gonna die very soon. Because, I learned from the Lord Buddha that you need to control yourself. You need to make your mind over your emotion, sati. So I practice myself, and I would like to tell you now that I feel that I realize it. Paccattang veti tappo vinyuhiti. I feel it, and I mean that I'm gonna win 2 worlds. I'm gonna win this world, and I'm gonna make the best merit and bring back next life. And I talked to Ambassador Marit that I will continue, to do this. Not only in this life, I cannot make it this life. Because whatever I do in the business, I use what we call ittibat, chanta, viriya, citta, vimangsa. That means you're happy with what you are doing. Working with patience and mindfulness create the wisdom. But not put the time frame, to be the factor to make it success at all. Because the time will kill you. But using the belief to walk every single day, and one day we will achieve that goal. So I just would like to spend my time to introduce, our institute to our colleague, friend, whoever. Today, I would like to say, I don't care anymore about the territory, Madam. I think that the keyword, humanism, I would like to see the world humanism, not only the Eastern humanism. Even Western have humanism. Everyone have humanism. Even the animal. But today, I'm feeling that the human being is too greed. You know what I mean? โลภโกรธหลง That means they are too greed. So that's why how to control the greed. But if you greed, you should think that one day you're gonna die. The money, the power, you can bring it next life or not. Maybe sometimes you lost the way. You keep too much and you greed, and later on there are so many poor people surrounding us. How can we survive? And thinking about your grandchildren, grandchildren, how can they gonna live if you are rich alone and your neighboring surrounding by the poor people? Impossible. So that's why if the big country understand this kind of moral, if they take the advantage, like the old time, sorry to say that, I would like to say something, like many 100 years ago, and one day the sin will punishing you. This is the Dhamma again. So I think that the most important is how can we deliver the word Dhamma, the meaning of Dhamma, the rule of the world, the rule of the universal to the leader, to let them understand that I like this keyword, I like Prime Minister Modi keyword. I just learned a few months ago about those keywords, about the Buddhist century. And I know that India is the main grassroots to Suvarnabhumi land. Today, I was born, I see all the Hindu temple everywhere in my 5 countries, everywhere, because of the Hindu and do the business since 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. So, may I say that I appreciate and I'm really happy to have many new friends, and I would like to keep my word that I would like to join hand in hand whoever. I have no bodily. I don't want to say that I'm not Thai, I'm Thai, but I'm feeling that every country that I do the business, every country that I visit, this is my homeland. Come on. Cambodia is my homeland. I cannot hurt any people at all. Because Sila, I've been teaching about the precept. I cannot make anyone, you know what I mean? That Sila, that means you not hurt anyone and not hurt yourself. Whatever you do in your life, simple life, very simple, you don't hurt anyone. Whatever you do, you don't hurt anyone, not hurt yourself, you make it. Enjoy your life, come on. Everybody have different mindset, different experience, background, different barami, spirit being born, being grown up. So don't look down anyone at all. Come on. This is, I learned from where? From India again. Everything coming from India. So I'm very lucky today that I come back to India. Thanks, to India Foundation. Thanks to Sanchi University. Thanks to everyone. That I passion. Thank you. Please.
Well, very well said. That is from his heart. So in fact, we decided to divide it in 2 parts. he would like to speak about the activities that the Institute, because he's the Secretary General, so he would like to explain to all of you about the activities, but he has already covered my parts, so my roles here is very easy. But one thing that he mentioned about the visions of Prime Minister Modi is the Asia centuries, and it's coincidentally the same ideas of the Institute. The objective of the Institute that we have a firm belief that Buddhism can lead everyone to peace and stability. So that's why we offer to all of you, to work with all of you. You are gurus, you are professors, you are the scholar. We are not. We just bring all of the ideas, we just bring all of the understanding of Buddhism, and then we try to work with you. We cannot work by ourselves. We work with all of you, the scholars, the philosopher, in order to make an application. 2 days of the seminar, 2 days of the conference, I believe that Dr. Supachai and myself is overwhelming of all the new world. We learned a lot, but sometimes we learn something that we don't understand because you speak in the Sanskrit, you speak in Pali, which is not my language. But, as he said, if we work together by hearts, we understand each and every one of us together, and walking hands in hands together, we can conquer the whole world with peace and stability. That is the ideas, that is the objective of the Institute. This Institute registered here in India, and that is the reasons why he said to all of you that this is his homeland. He visited here 40 times. Well, I'm ambassador to Nepal. I have a chance to visit to India just 20 times because just across the border. And, you know, my hometown is also in Nepal as well, which is the Lumbini, the birthplace of the Lord Buddha. And that is the reasons why the interests of two of us joined together. And we have a firm belief that working together in the same direction, we can change the world with all of the teachings of the Lord Buddha. And the video clip and the expressions or the presentations that Dr. Supachai have shown to you, have talked to you, has proved that all of these things is not beyond our reach. Working together, we can conquer the whole world and bring back peace and stability to the world. I would like to offer to all of you, the Indian people, that the Institute, our Institute, Pothikaya Vichalai, will be the implementing agency to help the visions of your Prime Minister Modi, of the century of Asia is possible. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sirs. Both of you had a wonderful presentation, and it became more, towards the end, it was more an emotional thing than anything. And it was deeply touching. I think everybody got it. We are already 1 hour late. We had to finish at 3, and it's almost 4. There is, we can't have any question answer session or discussion anymore because there are parallel paper presentations and sessions are going on. But there is a question coming from audience. If any of you would like to answer it. There is a question coming from us. Buddha was the follower of non-violence, truth, etc. But the followers of Buddhism, they are non-vegetarian. Why? Would you like to answer this question? Any of you? Did you understand the question? You have no answer. Yeah, just one minute. Okay.
Sorry, it's a little bit technical question. I'm not guru, I'm the businessman. But I understand like this. in the history, Phatevatat asking the Lord Buddha about that before, that the monk should live in the jungle, not in the city, and should not eat meat. But the Lord Buddha say no to Phatevatat. I feeling that because the Lord Buddha, is a human being, and he asking us not to killing animal, but for the eating. So if it really complex like that, to asking Ubosok, Ubasika, the people, when you do the food suffering offering, I think I'm not clear, I'm not the guru or the professor, you see, but what I understand is like to make it simple life, but he forbidden in the big animal or specific animal that not allowed. So I would like to say like that how to say, even me, I'm the Buddhist, I'm still eating chicken, fish, pork in Thailand. We always, but I never eat beef, since long time ago, no beef, since more than 30 years ago, my whole family take no beef because it's a big animal and we feeling that the cow and the beef, helping us a lot in the battlefield, for the food, for the agriculture. You see, I'm not so clear, Madam Chair, person about this answer, but I learned that the Lord Buddha allow us, to eat, the fish, the animal, not only the vegetarian. I think because of, he don't want to create more trouble to the one who offer the monk the food. I thinking like that. I'm not sure. Maybe the Akulu here can answer this question, please.
Thank you. I would have loved to share some of my views with you, but the paucity of time won't allow us to do that. So we can go ahead with the felicitation.
Yes. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Honorable Chair and eminent speakers for such a knowledgeable and enlightening session. It was really a treat listening all of them. As we know, we are lacking time. So I would like to go for very fast felicitations. I would like Dr. Anjali on the stage to felicitate the chairperson, Dr. Professor Mehtaji to felicitate Nadeja Bankinchu and Mr. Chandravanshi ji. Dr. Anjali for the chairperson. Professor Mehtaji for Nadeja Bankinchu. Mr. Chandravanshi for Maris Ziam Ponsa. Dr. Vijay Dubey for Dr. Supachai Viroa Puchong. I'm not hearing any claps here. A big round of applause, dear. Madam Chitra Mankar for Ms. Neera Mishra. Shri Ravinji for Girishwar Mishra ji. It was really a very valuable session, but apologies for a change in the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, as we know we are lacking time. So we are heading directly for next parallel session without having a tea break. Thank you all.